Starting a business, building a team, go-to-market strategy, scaling your business. Entrepreneurship brings lots of challenges. Get insider tips and tricks on how to tackle them from experts and experienced founders. 5 hours of valuable lessons, shocking stories, and winning moments. Prepare snacks, drinks, and notes, and get ready for short talks, panels, and longer behind-the-scenes discussions that will keep you on your seats for this afternoon.
Hello, Daniel.
Thank you very much for handing over to me. And first of all, I really enjoyed the video as well. It's really good to see these lovely memories that we made last year. However, I'm really looking forward to making many new memories this year. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing in the next hours, days. So we've got 3 amazing days ahead of us. I am really looking forward to this. And now we're starting with our beautiful little Founders Academy. That's the part where Urban and I get to have a bit of a chit chat. And I think I'll bounce it just right back to you, Urban, because normally Podim starts for me with a conversation with you. And that's the way I'd like to start it. So how are you doing, my friend?
I can't wait, always can't wait, to the conference to kick off, with so many hours, days, months of effort of the whole, beautiful team. And then, finally, the things get rolling and then, adrenaline pumps in and I couldn't be happier. I couldn't be happier.
That's good. So tell us, we're just about to start the Founders Academy. So we're going to have amazing speeches and amazing keynotes, amazing discussions and amazing insights. We're going to learn in different steps what becomes relevant. The whole thing is now about sharing insights, making insights, and also for our audience to ask questions in the comments sections. So obviously we'll be reading those comments and asking the speakers. However, before that happens, we have another guest, right?
Yes, we have another guest. Also, a dear friend of Podim, Ulla Hudina. From Ljubljana, from European Commission, which is supporting, our event for many years, and it's really, the person that you can always turn to and find, supportive and support. And I'm really happy, Ulla, to have you with us also this year, and also on this introductory talk to this first content part of Podim, the Founders Academy. Ulla, most warm welcome to Podim.
Thank you, Urban. Thank you very much. It's really warm to hear your warm words, and especially I know how tired you must be. And as you said, adrenaline is now entering into your veins. And I think the positive energy that has been transmitted throughout the whole morning, it's also what we are feeling here on the other sides of the screens.
Yes, so thank you, Ulla. And so European Commission is, partner of Podim for many years. How do you see events like that as a part of your programs, facilitation, arms, leverages, right? So how do you see events like in your big structure of, programs, etc.?
Exactly, meaning all over the years that we've been supporting you with pleasure, it's not just a 2-day long or 3-day long conference, what we see. Basically, we see all the effort that with different partners you're putting into this throughout the whole year. And we see you as an important, let's say, stone in the whole ecosystem that is being built up throughout Slovenia, as well as in the neighboring countries. And we see that you're an important bridge in between the startups that have been over the years basically presented for the first time at your event. They even got further impetus, and then they venture throughout Europe and basically become global actors, some of them even unicorns. And I think this is the answer to your questions. And since 2000, if data are correct, there have been startups in Europe that created more than $1 billion in volume, and so many unicorns there have been in the last years, despite the COVID crisis these days. startups last year created more than 2 million of jobs throughout Europe. And we think this is worth supporting, not just by coming to your conferences this year digitally, but also by creating further programs, initiatives, and other actions that we try to do at the Commission.
Ulla, European Commission has a broad range of different programs to support startups. So can you just maybe give a quick overview of, from a founder's perspective, what are the most, actual, programs that, startups and founders can benefit from at the moment?
Meaning at the moment, of course, we listen and we detect what's happening on the market. And the market has severely hit all types of businesses, even the largest one. But of course, we hear and listen what's happening with the small and medium-sized ones, and especially with the startups, with the most innovative and basically firms with high growth potential. And to be more pragmatic here in this short intervention that I have, we think that most useful instruments that are perhaps most that would attach much more importance to you, to your community, are those that we have been developing over the years, and now even more so through the European Investment Fund. With the current budget, the EU budget that we have immediately amidst the COVID-19, through the EU funds, there was €1 billion as a guarantee given to the EIB group, to the EIF, meaning so-called European Investment Fund. And we are hoping that through them, there would be further financial instruments, including to SMEs, that, and of course, startups that would be triggered through the national financial intermediaries to startups. And we are assessing that some 100,000 SMEs should benefit from this additional injection of capital. And what is important to say is here, this is also for the working capital. And we are hoping it's not only for the debt type of instruments, but for equity type of instruments. This is basically your community. And then in addition, there are also some other soft measures, more soft initiatives, like there have been recent some hackathons, like we are having the Startup Europe that we will be presenting more in details tomorrow. Like we have been promoting digital innovation hubs, etc. It's the programs that we will not stop doing, that we will even further promote and even further put attention to small startups and scale-ups.
Thank you. And I heard one word, and I heard hackathon. Daniel, you're also part of a huge hackathon, the EU versus virus hackathon. Could you tell us more about it?
Yes, gladly. I mean, it was something very, very exciting. First of all, I just played a minor role in this, but some of the team members of AustrianStartups, the think tank I co-founded some years ago on entrepreneurship, were leading team members of this beautiful opportunity. And what happened was basically, if you lock very many entrepreneurs back home and say, look, wait until this goes over, nothing happens. They give them half an hour and they'll start hacking away. And the idea was, let's do something. And out of this, let's do something, the idea was, first of all, some national hackathons started. And then the European Commission said more or less, hey, that seems like a good idea. Let's do this a little bit bigger. Anyone feel fit for the call? Yes, quite a few. Actually, turns out there were more than 21,000 participants all over Europe that said, okay, let's do something against this awkward and awful situation. Out of these 21,000 different participants, totally remote, all from back home, 2,159 teams were formed. There were thousands of mentors, and out of that, 117 teams were selected. That was an amazing opportunity, and it showed exactly what the European Union is and should be, a tremendous opportunity, a mutual market, people standing shoulder to shoulder together and really trying to make a difference. And it was so good to see and so fantastic. And in a very short period of time, in just a couple of days, actionable projects were made, which are currently being matched with corporates and investors. So really, really, really exciting moment. And personally, I'm a passionate European, and I thought this was one of these perfect moments which we should just embrace often the weeks and months to come to show what can be done if we do this as one market together, shoulder to shoulder, and really make the difference. It was super exciting. You're seeing I'm still buzzing with that good time.
I can see the passion still burning inside of you. So really nice to hear that. We watched it from a distance. Since we were so much involved in Podim, Ulla, what do you think about this hackathon? Do you see also this as a representation of what a joint United Europe is capable of?
Yeah, surely. Like Daniel has put it in such nice words, it's really what the common EU market, the single market, really offers. And with throughout the COVID crisis, basically digitalization, hackathons, this is what is a business potential for your type of community, for the startup and scale-ups. And we were promoting the recent hackathon very much also in Slovenia, and we were really inspired to see the number of startups per capita, per country, per Slovenia was really impressive. So congratulations to all of them who participated EU-wide.
So the second thing also Ulla, you mentioned is the digitalization, and we heard quite a few times already today that the COVID crisis has basically accelerated the digitalization, quite sometimes. The digitalization of the companies, of the SMEs, is also an important agenda of European Commission. And also we are, super happy and honored that tomorrow Ms. Margaret Vestager will join us. So tell us a little bit, not too much because of tomorrow's guest, but a little bit about the digitalization and the status of projects and your agenda of digitalizing the companies and SMEs.
Yeah, surely. I cannot speak on behalf of the Executive Vice President Vestager, so I will give the limelight, the whole the focus that you'll have on her tomorrow. But for sure, by her acceptance of your invitation, we see this. It's also to show the support that we are giving to Podim, especially now that this year you have it a digital version. It's even easier to attract such speakers. Basically, they're in their own offices, and even more so in her case, as she used to be before Commissioner for Competition, but now she's not only Commissioner for Competition, but she's also Executive Vice President for shaping the EU's digital future. Basically, she got this role already last November, before COVID, before all this what we are facing now. In early February this year, the Commission already set the project, set the priority, which was that under this Commission, the digitalization, how we will build the digital future is our priority. So it was not that we would anticipate COVID-19 crisis, but even now, more so now during the COVID-19 crisis, we believe that digitalization indeed is offering further business opportunities, but the technologies that everything will be based upon have to be trustworthy. And this is also something that she will insist, the Executive Vice President Vestager, tomorrow. It has to be trustworthy, it has to be built on values that Europe has, and it has to be a fair and open and democratic society. Whatever we are creating on the social platforms, it has to be based on the rules, there has to be privacy respected, and also competition has to be fair and sound. I will not go further, but for sure, in a nutshell, what she will try to pass tomorrow to all who will be there on the screens, we are also even further promoting that part of your program, is that digitalization for sure is an opportunity. And it has been, and it will stay, priority of the European Commission.
Thank you, Ulla. Maybe just to slowly summarize and close the really nice conversation is, what is your in your opinion one biggest let's say gain out of this crisis? What we have really learned? I mean, their companies have been severely hit, we know that, but on the opposite direction, there are also positive sides. So what is the most bright star that a learning or a lesson or a positive output of past two months, either on a business or a personal level, however you like it?
I would say, if I can put it into a short sentence, its ability to innovate and ability to adapt. And I think this is something that it's nothing new to your world, meaning to the world of startups in innovative scale-ups. It's really, you're all the time changing, you're all the time innovating and adapting. And this has been at least in most of the cases, success also throughout the crisis. And of course, also stepping together, building further, acting together. And as strange as it might sound, but basically we are trying to promote this stronger together. It's the EU common market. It's really a market of 500 million inhabitants, and this is what should further offer more opportunities. But as I said, ability to innovate and react quickly.
Thank you. And the same question also for you, Daniel. So we've been talking, really often in last weeks, and we always keep the fingers crossed that you could join us here in this beautiful studio in Maribor. But so what is your one positive thing learning out of this past 2 months locked inside?
Well, my number one learning is actually, if we want to, we can. It's that simple. We understood massive urgency, very clear purpose, and we understood what the actions were to be taken. So we can see what we can do if we understand why we need to do this. That's led me to also seeing we've got everything we need. We have Europe, we have a common market, we have a common understanding. I think the next big challenge from my very simple point of view is I think we need to learn even better how to communicate the beauty of the European Union to the ones who don't see its values yet. Because the thing is, as you said so nicely, the European Union is built on values. They're built on a mindset. And that's something we have to carry also into the next level of entrepreneurship, instill it into our founders, and also show this is the way we want to go forward. We've shown we can do it. Now's the time to deliver.
Daniel, you're also one of the founding partners of AustrianStartups, that is basically a community and active stakeholder, community builder, representative of startups in Austria and also in the wider market. So share us, what is the vibe inside of the your Austrian startup community?
Thank you for asking. First, it's very simple. Being based in Austria, we want to make entrepreneurship as common and as accessible as skiing. Now, that means not everyone has to ski, but everyone should know how to. And everyone should know someone they want to look up to. Everyone should be in the ability of spotting talent, promoting talent, and going it through the ropes until finally people can ski at the highest level. Again, not everyone has to be an entrepreneur, but we want to paint a very clear picture how people can become entrepreneurs. And we want to promote why entrepreneurial thinking can be one huge enabling factor to promote social justice.
So Austrian Startups also has some representatives, some showcases later in the Founders Academy. So it's, again, a builder and an active part of this Alps-Adriatic ecosystem, which is cross-border, not only Austria, but also Slovenia, Italy and such. And also this Founders Academy is also live streamed on the Startup Alps-Adriatic website and Facebook. So you can, see it there and watch all the, beautiful, insightful talks and lessons shared later. So you also have guests. You're also active in this ecosystem. You're having podcasts. Let me know which was what is the most exciting part you're looking for in next 5 hours in this Founders Academy.
For me, the next 5 hours. So I've been doing this whole thing for 10 years, and every time I do this again, I go in excited like a small child. I'm happy and keen to learn things I have not heard before, and that's exactly what I'm looking forward to. I don't know what it's going to be, but I know it's going to happen, and it's going to happen, and that's a magic moment. And that's what I'm really looking forward to. So let's see what it is. I'll be happy to share in 5 hours what it was.
Thank you, Ulla. Thank you, Daniel. So, Ulla, thank you very much for joining us, making it happen. Although it was also decent last-minute intervention. So, Daniel, I'm now giving the word to you as a host of next 5 hours. And for all of you watching us on Facebook of Startup Alps Adria, enjoy the next few hours, and I'll definitely enjoy at the backstage.
Thank you very much to the two of you. It's been a pleasure talking to you. And hello to all the others out there. And yes, he actually said it's 5 hours, so it's going to be a long run and it's going to be totally worth it. Before we get to our first speaker, I'll tell you what's going to happen. We've got the beautiful Founders Academy lined up. That means we've got several challenges. We're going to be talking about pivoting and go-to-market strategy. Then we'll be talking about teams and processes. And finally, fundraising, and at the end we'll have a late night special where we lean back and have a real nice fire chat or two. Now, first things first, let's start with our very first talk. And he's a serial entrepreneur. He's done it all. Initially, he founded a company called Jaka, which then was exited. Actually, it was an external innovation company. It was exited then, finally became one of the largest, or if not the largest, sport data provider in the world. He's moved on to create a founders fund. He might be telling you what that is. Long story short, he knows everything and more. No pressure on you, Gregor, but we're expecting massive things. Long story short, from Silicon Gardens Fund in Slovenia, Gregor Rebolj. Stage is yours, Gregor. So we're working on fixing that. Tell me, maybe in advance. Now, obviously, while we're waiting for this, we had a bit of a conversation early on. You said you look for people that excite you. You're looking for this very special bit of excitement. Nowadays, I'm assuming you have a lot of Zoom calls you have to make. How do you feel excitement through Zoom and all the other platforms?
I think that still works. So I actually like, working like that because it's, it saves you a lot of time commuting. You can also talk to a much wider region than normally. But that excitement is something that you catch on, right? So you see if the entrepreneur is actually, very excited about his idea and he really truly believes that he can change things in the world. Now I can share my screen.
That's fantastic. So from now on, literally speaking, the stage is yours. As soon as you're ready, we're ready. I can see something building up. That looks like your screen. And if you're happy and comfortable, get ready, steady, and go.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks also for the nice introduction. So first, for those who don't know me yet, a little bit of a background, even though you mentioned some of it already. But what I like to mention first is that I'm an engineer. So I first, was educated as an engineer, then turned into an entrepreneur. And then after that, I turned into an investor. So Jaka was actually the first company where basically myself and friends, we created a company which we wanted to work with. So now I would call it an external innovation lab. We basically played around with new technologies, worked with customers and helped them achieve their goals. Interestingly, I guess Sportradar is one of the customers actually saw this excitement and so on. And when we were like 45 people, I think, big, we started working with Sportradar as one of our customers, and they suggested that what if we would join forces? And after some back and forth, we actually did. So we swapped chairs. We got a board on the seat. Sportradar at the time was still around 300 people. And over time, it turned into this, the biggest sport data provider in the world with 3,000 employees. The latest valuation that was done was $2.5 billion. And I'm happy to say that, we from Ljubljana, the office grew to now 150 people, actually helped a lot with this transition to, for example, new business models, or it's not just selling the data, but also wrapping that sport data to into other services so that you can share the profit with your customers. And interestingly, now in Corona times, as Sportradar, which is sport data provider, in Corona times, there was no sports, or very little sports, and this was quite a challenge, where to get content. And here also the team from Ljubljana, using some AI, they actually started modeling real matches as if they would happen. So, and people were able to still, the bookmakers were able to use that, and the punters were able to bet on that, generating the odds and so on. That was quite interesting and very fast on their side to move. Even while in Sportradar, my friends and myself, we created the first Silicon Gardens fund. Then I created Curiosity Ventures, which is actually my private investment vehicle, because I still like entrepreneurship a lot, and I don't just, I enjoy investing, but it's not actually as fulfilling as it is creating new things. I created the Curiosity Studio, which is a startup studio where we we create around 50 new ideas per year, and then we spin off the company, we test them, and then we spin off the companies if and when they prove that there could be some success there. And lately we created the new fund, the Silicon Gardens Fund 2, which I'll mention a little bit later. So why this background is important? Because how I see the healthy entrepreneurial ecosystem is that on one side you have entrepreneurs, and they hopefully they're sharing this knowledge inside a community, so they're helping each other, pushing each other, and some of them will be successful and will raise some money. They will exit, or they will create great companies that will create profit, and that can provide funding to new stories, to new entrepreneurs, and also can fund the community further. And maybe what's even more important, they share their stories so that more people actually, at least understand that there's this option that you can actually turn into an entrepreneur and start your own company. As I think the analogy with skiing is so great, I like it, and I'm going to use it from now on. I think everybody should understand, and it should be natural that everybody, sort of thinks that, this is an option, not necessarily that you will take it, but that they know that there's another option to just, going somewhere to work. So how I see, the things that I'm working on here, we have the Silicon Gardens community where startups gather and share their knowledge. On one side, we have the funding, which is the Silicon Gardens Fund and the Curiosity Ventures Fund. And also from the entrepreneur side, I'm still not ready that I would go, focus 100% on just one thing. And that's why, I created a studio, my own spin on, how I would see, this creation of new companies. And you can also see from this manifest of Silicon Gardens Fund is that, we truly believe that. So we are actually only founders in the company. There's no other capital. We do support the community, and we think that there's also very important that it's not just about money. It's actually about, really helping the companies, going hands-on, sharing your knowledge, sharing your experience. And that's why, if you look at the Silicon Gardens Fund investors, basically there's, all the successful, not all, but most of the successful exits or companies in this ecosystem, Out with 7, Us with Klika, Sportradar, Zemanta, there's Hugo with Mimovrste and Flaviar. And there's also companies that are just doing great. So which is Cozy Lab, Davisoft, Economy, Goat Story, Equa, and so on, and so many others. Again, what I want to stress is it's not about ROI. It's more about actually helping create new stories, helping create new products that we want to see in the world. So this is the current portfolio that we have. So we have Fund 1 and Fund 2. And you can probably recognize some of the big names like Flaviar, Clean Shelf, Immediately, Eurocenter. And also you can probably recognize some of the companies that were more than happy to share their knowledge later in the Founders Academy. And Influee, Blub, and Noir were basically in these busy times where they actually, the landscape is moving and they have lots of challenges and lots of positive and negative that they can react to. They took their time and they're ready to share their experience. What Urban mentioned and what actually he asked me for the topic of this talk would be is, how do I combine my 3 hats? So jokingly, on one side, I'm an entrepreneur, on the other side, I'm an investor and also a fund manager. So on what do I base my decision making, and how do I work this out? And I said, well, since it's a very short talk, let's maybe just focus on the things that are in common and the things that actually help me decide better. So, and it has to do with this. So if you ask yourself, what this is, some sort of an Indiana Jones rodent. Just a little bit of a backstory. So as a kid, when everybody was, playing policemen and astronauts and firemen and so on, I wanted to be the Indiana Jones. So that's why I like this picture a lot. But actually, what we have here is a rat. So, and the test that I really like a lot when, deciding in what to invest in or not is called the riskiest assumption test. So what is that? And maybe this next picture is a good example of, what this is. Monkey on a podium. So before we actually go into, why there's this monkey here, maybe again, a short story on, how we can use the changing landscape to something that's, maybe better for you. So in my case, I have a 7-year-old daughter. Normally, she works, through the week, she goes to an 8 to 4 job working at the corporation known as the school. You probably know it, you've heard of it, has thousands of people working in it. And normally I wouldn't see her much through the day, right? So just in the afternoons and weekends. But now I had the luxury of actually having her, focus at home. And I asked her, could you help me out with my presentation? Could you draw this? And, happily, because I had her focus and she wasn't at work, she was able to help me. And she's drawn this picture. But back to the topic. So what is this monkey? So imagine that somebody would ask you, could you create this column, this podium, and then on top of it, could you put a monkey which is reciting Shakespeare, right? So it doesn't matter why somebody would ask you that, but just imagine, how would you start? And interestingly, a lot of people actually start with the column. Why? Because this is something that they know. This is something that they can actually do relatively easily, and then they will move on to the monkey, and maybe only then they will realize that maybe that's something that's I wouldn't say impossible, because I don't like to say these things, but let's say it's fairly hard. It would take you a lot of resources, especially time, to train that monkey. So maybe it would be good to start monkey first, because that's your biggest assumption right there. It's not the column. You can do it. You can do it. It will just take time. Start with the riskiest assumption, which in this case is the monkey. Now, how does this apply to a startup? You would say, this is such a ridiculous example. Why are you telling us this? Well, I actually see a lot of this. I actually see a lot of people starting with the column. So, and the monkey is sometimes, can you get to the customers? Or is the product even interesting to the customer? Are they willing to pay for it? So the typical desirability, viability, feasibility questions. So sure, of course, at the end, it can also be that you cannot build it. But in most cases, since I see also a lot of technical startups, the question is more at, can we get to the customers and will they be willing to pay for what we actually are doing here? And that's a shame, right? So because people invest a lot of time into building something, and then they come to that monkey and they realize, oh, well, maybe that's something that I cannot solve, and it would be better if I would solve that sooner, right? So how do you test that? So how does that test work? So first, of course, you need to identify what is your riskiest assumption. And then you go on and test it. And it might be as simple as a landing page or a poll or an interview. And just to give you a couple of examples, so Airbnb, for example, so the founders, they didn't have enough money to rent, but they had an extra room. And they came up with this idea that, what if we would sublet this room? And they started with a simple landing page, and they proved that, people would be willing to book that room. Or Zappos, for example. So the guy the founder, he went into the shop, he took pictures of different shoes, he put them online on his landing page, and he started selling them. And he actually, the first purchases were completely manual, but he proved that he can get to the customer, he can test, what was the price of the customer acquisition and so on. Buffer was another example. He was an engineer. He said, well, before I actually invest any time in this, I'm just going to create a simple landing page, and you can register here. You can leave your email. If you're interested, just leave me an email. And if I reach a certain amount, I think in that case, it was 100 emails, I will start working on that. And he achieved that goal. And then he moved on to building the company. But it would very easily have happened that maybe, nobody would be interested in his idea, or that he could not get to his customers, or at least not for the right amount of money. So you've probably heard of similar things, right? So you probably have heard of minimum viable product, where you build something, you put it out, you measure, and then you learn. And then when you learn, you actually put this learning back into the building, and you go into this cycle on and on and on. Now, what's interesting with the minimum viable product, that there's a challenge, because a lot of people, they don't know what actually minimum is for their product, right? So, and what happens is that the product, keeps adding new features because, they're convinced that the customers will not be happy with their product, or will not be, willing to pay for this product before they get this or that feature. And it actually takes a lot of, or too long to build a minimum viable product. So RAT basically just turns everything around and says, well, let's start with the learning first. So let's take out the, all the different assumptions. Let's take the riskiest ones first. Then we measure, and then we decide whether to build and then continue that. And one thing that's really important is that it's not one or the other, it's actually RAT before MVP. So you just do, you can just do one first, and it can save you a lot of time and effort. So this sounds very logical and very obvious. Why is it so hard? So one of the reasons, of course, is that it feels slower to start. Like with that monkey. So if you start with a column, if somebody comes around and asks, what did you do so far? You can show the column, right? So you can say, well, so far with this, this was the result of our work, but then we're going to progress to the monkey. But in reality, if you think about it, longer term, you see that that's really not true. That basically you're going to be hit hard later, and it's good that you actually do these things sooner. Or you might be afraid that somebody might copy your idea, fear of rejection, and so on. Also, not enough resources is sometimes used, but that's again, the reason, why you do the riskiest assumption first is to save resources, right? And maybe, the best thing to remember these things is through different examples, right? So that's why I've picked two from out of my portfolio. So unfortunately, they were not successful, but they have an interesting story behind it. So one was With Sports, which is a mobile trivia game with their first customer, LFC, so Liverpool. And one of the challenges that I gave to the team was, let's first try and get to the biggest client that you can. So the top 20 football clubs. If you can onboard that, then this was your biggest challenge, right? And they actually did that. So they brought in Liverpool, and then they started working on this game. It's a very interesting game. I don't know if you can hear it. I'm just going to stop because I think we want to be on time. So what you can see is actually that this, the contract with Liverpool was signed, and the guys started working on it. And this was 6 to 9 months of work. They actually did a brilliant job, delivering that. And Liverpool was thrilled. The fans were thrilled, but later, we actually found out that this was not the riskiest assumption that Liverpool would like us, because the business model is that at the end of the day, that app needs to make money. And in order to make money, you need to have a lot of fans on that game. And this was the assumption that we took, that if we onboard Liverpool, they have millions and millions of fans, and they will just say, this is our game, this is our app, go there and download. And, there's going to be millions of downloads, and, people will come and play that. But unfortunately, even though Liverpool actually put a lot of effort, so there were, players that were filming themselves in the locker room, playing this game and so on. This was posted on the Liverpool Facebook page. Unfortunately, we did not attract enough downloads for this game to be successful. And later on, we needed to have this, post-mortem discussion saying, okay, what would we do differently next time, right? And it turned out that basically it would be much better if we wouldn't invest that 6 to 9 weeks into months into development of a very intricate mobile app. It would be better if we would start with a very simple app and just test out, how big the audience is and if we can reach it through Liverpool channels. And then if that would work, then slowly we could progress, investing more time and effort. It would save us also in time, not just in effort, 6 to 9 months. The other example, of course, because not everybody has this challenge of getting to the customers. So Sphericam was another investment of Silicon Gardens One Fund. But you probably noticed that this one was not on the list of the logos there. But it was very interesting. So we were first money in. It was created by a serial entrepreneur who actually already created a similar type of a device. So this would be version number 2. We invested, he created the Kickstarter campaign, got funded, so I think 800,000 euros. After about a year, he attracted a Chinese company who invested 5 million into the company. So they had around 6 million euros of capital to deliver this thing. The sales was doing great. Customers liked the product, but the challenge was that eventually they figured out that it's not possible to condense that type of machinery into this small of a package. So this is the size of a tennis ball, right? A very interesting spherical video camera. And here the riskiest assumption was that we can deliver that with these resources, time and money again. So what's important to understand is that these testing is always different. So whenever you take a new case, it's always different. Just don't assume too often that it's not possible. So always challenge yourself, how can I test this? And of course, experience and discipline helps. That's why I think it's good that you also seek out, some angel investors that can help you with their experience and also maybe help you with keeping the discipline. Because if you're just thinking about your idea, your idea is always magical, right? It doesn't need testing. But if you have some sort of an outside view, it can help you a lot. It can save you a lot of time and effort. But basically, if somebody would ask me, how would you condense the whole the whole deck into just one slide, it would be this: do your homework first. So homework is good for you. So that's it. That's all that I have to say. If you are interested in talking, presenting your company, investing from Silicon Gardens Fund, just reach me out. I prefer LinkedIn, and we can then schedule a call.
Thank you very much for that, Gregor, and for delivering those insights. So before we get to the comments, I'll have my questions first. Now, you just said, I quite like that, your ideas are obviously always magical. However, I'm assuming quite often that's something that startups and founders don't like hearing too much. When you started off early on, what was your biggest misconception of doing what you did?
Just one. There's plenty. Of course, starting as engineers, we always thought that the biggest challenge was actually just building something, right? And, we were very enthusiastic about different technologies. So we built, a ton of different products that we build them first and then we launch them. And eventually you do learn, right? But eventually it actually, you need to have a couple of things, a couple of mistakes that you make. Sometimes also, I think that it's easier that you learn on your own mistakes. They tend to stick more. And then you see that, there's an obvious pattern there, right? And eventually you come up to this. So we've launched like a trip tracker, which was, before iPhones, it was a tool where you would upload your photos, digital photos, and your GPS track onto our web server, and we would just magically create this, the whole view of how you traveled, basically mapping looking at the time of the photos and where you were at that time, locating them. So at that time, the photos did not have the GPS inside. So we needed to do that manually. So that was 2003, 2004. The customers loved it. We loved building it. We were actually before Google Maps was around, and we needed to stitch the NASA imagery together to create, what was something that's now also, very similar experience to Google Maps later. Of course, at one point we saw that we cannot compete with Google Maps, and we just, switched the mapping as well. But, as engineers, we saw a great challenge there. So, well, sure, we can build it. Let's do that. So, and we did.
So I'm interested. So as you're a founders fund, so to speak, when you as a founder meet fellow founders and start looking into their data and start looking into their reportings and whatnot, are there specific things, we heard early on from Urban that he likes numbers, are there specific numbers, KPIs, OKRs or whatever you require your founders to deliver to you?
Well, normally it's not specific numbers. It depends on which stage you're at, right? But what I do like is that they did think about traction. So I like traction, and I like that somebody, comes to me and says, "Look, I don't have anything except this landing page, but I do have traction. So I can show you that there's interested people there that signed up for this, and I can show you that I can get to those users for that amount of time, for that amount of money, and that the market is that big." So that's what I like, but it really depends from story to story. The other thing that I like is, just feeling the passion. I don't know whether you can feel it, also from my side, but I'm very passionate about technology, and I like these things. And I like also to see from the other side, that the team is very passionate about their idea, that they're going to fight for that, right? And then, very soon on, you see that, this is, it makes sense to join forces. If this if you can help them, if they see how you can help them, and on the other side, very importantly, that they accept your challenges. Not necessarily that we might be right, just that asking questions, and that basically you see that they thought it through. And I said, well, we think it's different because of that, not just thanks, but whatever.
I quite like the way you please. Yeah. Sorry.
So, and another thing that I would like to emphasize is that it's challenging because you're on one side, you're an investor, but on the other side, you're as a mentor, right? And these things sometimes, you see that when somebody's in a pitching mode, basically just showing the rosy picture, and then you want to move him to, let's work together, let's work on these assumptions and challenges, because otherwise, we cannot help you, right? And this is something, this transition is very important. We see, whether entrepreneurs actually do go through this transition or just staying in this pitching mode.
I think there's a lot of things you just mentioned right now, what I found quite interesting. Now, obviously, you're very experienced. You've been in this field for quite some years. Have you seen that kind of like typical traits of entrepreneurs have changed over time? Have they become more experienced? Or do they have different things they do good or bad over time that you've kind of noticed?
Oh, absolutely. So I see this a lot. So, when we started, there was no, books or, videos that you would just Google, how do I create my own startup? Now there's tons of material and, people are, of course, open to that. So you see that pitching has changed dramatically. So people actually do pitch really well. They do nail the things that, they want to emphasize. That has changed. And I think also in terms of, how they experience this entrepreneurship, this has changed. Not yet to the level that I would want to. I really liked your analogy with skiing, and I'm going to use that. I really like that. I would also hope that, people would see that as skiing. So as, not necessarily that everybody would go for that, but just that they know that this is an option and these are the steps that I need to take for that.
I'm interested. Thanks that you like the analogy, and we've been using it now for 2-3 years quite successfully. My own personal assumption of this whole entrepreneurial space is that we are reaching the ones we can reach within our bubble, but we have huge challenges getting outside of the bubble. At least we have that in Austria and also in Germany. What's your feeling on that? Are we still within the bubble? And if so, how do we get out?
Absolutely. I would say that we actually have a lot of potential for growth. Let's say like that. So last year I was in Israel looking at, their ecosystem, and I was amazed. The high tech is, I think, 45% of, the whole country, BDP. So it's really, you see it that the whole country is actually breathing the innovation and technology and so on. They want to sell you that, if you're not in Israel, you cannot do innovation, right? And they do that really well. I would really like that, this region becomes something like that as well. So that's something that, my bubble and probably your bubble is as it is, but it's not yet, it's relatively small. And we do have a lot of things to, still a lot of things to achieve. And I think promotion.
Yes, I just want to cut in there. Speaking of achieving, by the way, dear audience, if you're listening in and you have a question, just write it in the comments. We'll pick it up and we'll ask it live straight away. So, how it is with opportunity. It doesn't come too often. Grab it with 2 hands and make the best of it. Sorry, I had to cut in there because you have 5 more minutes of asking Gregor some questions you might want to ask. Gregor, back to you. Sorry.
Cool. I forgot what I was about to say.
Then it was my excitement. Now, we were just talking how to cut outside of the bubble. And so we both kind of came to the conclusion that we're still pretty much within the bubble. And so I have a podcast with a friend of mine. It's called Future Weekly. And at the end of every podcast, we have a moonshot and a prediction we'd like to make. And the moonshot is where we say, in an ideal world, this is what we would like to see happening in the coming years, a real moonshot. And the second is a prediction where we say, this is something I think is going to happen. Now, in that spirit, if I ask you for a moonshot and or prediction, one of both, what do you see happening in our space in the next years to come?
Well, in that spirit, what we talked about, I would really like to see, 50% of BDP coming from high tech, from this region. And that's, I think it's achievable. And I think we do have some traits for that. So in the region, we've always been, good at innovating. We've always been good at, creating things with very low resources. And these are ideal things for startups, right? Now, the only challenge that we have is that there's not a lot of multinational companies. There's not a lot of problems that are worth addressing. So that's something that maybe we need to work on, that, people maybe go out more, work at a big multinational company, and then bring back, their, what they learned out there in the big world. And then, they can solve the problem from this region. And we see this, but it's just, individual examples of this. The other thing that I noticed is what I was really surprised. Initially, I expected that the region would be doing better on, B2B startups. I don't know why, because it's, more about technology, more about, you do, the selling is relatively simple. You have these customers there, and you just need to go there and address that. But it turns out that we have a lot of successes in B2C. Outfit 7, Malionaki, Blub, Flaviar. So they're all, B2C. And it turns out, that these are the problems that we can relate to, right? So these are the problems that are the same in Slovenia as they are in US. And you can come up with these things here. Getting to the customer, it's, not so hard. You can do it from wherever you want.
Thanks for that. Last year, we had a speaker on stage, I believe it was last year at Podim, and he said, interestingly, actually, start local, think global. I quite like that approach. What's your take on that? Start local, think global.
Absolutely. So I think it's good that you start locally, just that locally I would expand to EU because Slovenia is just too small of a market. Sometimes it would even not be good for you to start local because, the local companies might have, different view on size, on, problems and so on. So it's much better if you start with much bigger market. So start there and then, go out.
Now, obviously, we're looking at your screen right now. You showed your screen early on. You showed your email address early on and said, well, reach out if you have something. What's the first line one would have to write you to excite you? What are topics you're currently super excited in? We're just seeing your screen again. Mm-hmm. So if someone's listening and going, oh, I'd like to reach out, what should they do that they get your attention?
So first thing, if it's LinkedIn, please do write why you're contacting, because otherwise, it's a very slim chance that I will accept you. So that's number one. Two, just describe, what you're doing. And if it's something that I'm interested in, just, great, I will accept that. It might take a week or two, it might take some time, but I will get to you. Of course, it's not just me. So you've seen other partners in Silicon Gardens. So go to the website, see what other partners are there. I maybe am more focused currently on sports, on smart homes, and on tourism. So these are the verticals that I like. Not necessarily that I would be limited to these investments, but this is what I do right now. But there might be other partners that are working in something that's similar to what you're doing. Just ping them. They're as open as I am, and they'll be happy to help. And eventually, they will introduce you to the other partners, because how we function is basically like a group of angels together. So you need to have a spokesman in the group for you, right? So, and it's best that you pick the right one that will then evangelize you inside the group.
So we have like 30 seconds left before we get to our next point, but you did mention that you're also investing in tourism. Are you still investing in tourism? Just curious, in days like these?
Yeah, absolutely. So, luckily, I invested in the type of tourism that sort of, it's private luxury villas on Hvar. So of course they were hit, but on the other side, not as much as the rest of the ecosystem. Because the rest of the market, because it's still, it's very safe. It's something that you can still enjoy the privacy and the luxury. So we don't see, at least for now, that big of an impact. But more importantly, not that real estate, but what I'm more interested in is, the technology that can help you that. So here I'm working with a couple of startups that actually enable you that. So I'm not going to name names because they're still in the pipeline, but that's sort of the thing that I'm more excited about.
Cool. Gregor, it's been a pleasure meeting you in this quite peculiar setting. Really keen to see who's going to reach out to you. Thank you very much for sharing your insights. It's been a pleasure. Stay safe and hope to meet you in person sometime soon. Thank you very much. Pleasure meeting you, and goodbye. Now, that was our first part, and now we're moving on in our lovely Founders Academy. And as I said, there's different points we'll be addressing. And now we're coming to our first challenge, and it's called Pivoting and Go-to-Market Strategy. And for this, we're going to have 3 short keynotes, every time 10 minutes, and then 10 minutes of Q&A. And during these Q&A parts, that's the part where you come in, write in the comments, I have a question, this is the question, and I will read it out. Because, it's always about interaction. Just type in, don't worry, nothing's going to happen. It's going to be a good thing. Now, coming up to our next speaker, and this is we didn't plan this, but it's a perfect way of handing over, because we did talk about skiing early on. We talked about entrepreneurship and skiing. Now, this gentleman who's just lining up, and I can see him already on my screen, he at one point in time decided, well, I've been skiing quite a lot. That's interesting. How about entrepreneurship? Took his skis, handed them in against a MacBook, and then never looked back. He's become a serial entrepreneur, started his first company called Vivu, and then went on to found another company called Noir. Has something to do with wine and aficionados, so that's a good combination. Skiing, wine, happy people. Anyway, we've got a nice little intro sorted to tell you who Jaka Blažon is all about. Let's roll the intro. And now it's time to welcome Jaka to our stage. Welcome to Podim. Welcome to our little stage. Hello, my friend. So you're still muted. You will have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, sorry. I hope that you can also see the slides. Okay. I had some problems. I couldn't access the Zoom anymore, but I hope everything is loud and clear now.
We can see your slides. Take it away. Stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for a very nice intro. So yeah, I used to be a professional athlete way many years ago. And then, as you have said, I put the skis in the corner and never really looked back. I had a story of my own with my app Vivu that I started in high school, but basically where I learned the most and where I kind of break through is when I had the chance to move to Silicon Valley with Mateusz Petek and Povio Labs. So I spent 4 very, very lovely years in San Francisco, fell in love with food and wine while being there. The city completely changed for me the last year when I started going out, started enjoying good food, good wine. And, kind of over the span of the period, we were born to create this idea called Noir food. And as you can see, we've worn many hats in the last year, but basically what we are set sail to create is to create a brand that's at the intersection of content, commerce, and community built around food and wine. And what we really want to do is to have this global, network of people that love good food and create a good connection between them and the producers. So this might sound complicated in the practice, but basically where the story starts from is for maybe a little bit younger crowd, there is this brand called High Snobiety, which started just as a sneakers blog, I think in Germany, if I'm not mistaken. And today it's one of the most influential companies when it comes to streetwear, fashion, premium sneakers, and stuff like that. They reached profitability very early on. They were backed by the most amazing investors in the network, one of them being Felix Capital, which is also, an investor that we really look highly up to, because we think that they're supporting the best brands. And today their team is over 200 people. They reached a really, really big valuation without ever raising, any additional capital. And they built a very strong brand. So they built a very strong brand without actually, ever taking the capital. And building a brand means that you have a very strong intersection of content, community, and commerce. And while we started, looking at the things, we said, okay, there are many different companies like High Snobiety, but in different verticals. So, if you're a fan of electronic music, you have a Boiler Room. So Boiler Room is the most influential electronic music company with a huge community behind them, a record label, a store, huge streaming network. If you're into sales and you live in the United States, you join Bravado, which is a very interesting community for salespeople. If you like intimate music gigs, you start going to Sofa Sounds. If you like men's wristwatches, then you join Hudina. And if you're into travel, you start following the Culture Trip. They raised $100 million to create just that. So we, felt obvious that food and wine is becoming a new fashion. So why don't we just, apply it to a different vertical and follow all of the companies that are already doing that? And then Noir Food was born. So kind of Noir lives to be in between from content, from producer to a consumer, reaching them through content, community, and commerce, which in practice means that we do events, we do a ton of content that is watched by people all around Europe. We sell our own stuff. We recommend people to which bar, to which restaurants they go. So we kind of try to create, this so far European ecosystem of people that love to eat and people who love to produce stuff to eat and drink. And, in a year and a half since we operate, we've achieved, I believe, quite, successful numbers, given that community companies are usually built in a different way than, regular tech companies. Our content is viewed by 200,000 people every month. We have over 5,000 registered Noir members in 7 different countries. And I think what we were most proud of is that we really have partnered with the most interesting producers, all around Europe. And, things were going very well for us. And I wanted to share this picture with you because this was the last thing we were able to do in person. So we were able to secure this year, London Eye turned 20. So it's 20 years since it started operating. And we were able to secure a private cubicle on London Eye just for Noir members. So a couple of selected Noir members were invited to join. We had very premium wines. We had our own sommelier, and it was like a very top tier event. And I wanted to share this picture with you because this was the last thing in person that we did. And this industry, it's tied to having personal connections. So this is me, a fellow Noir team member, and our community before we boarded the cubicles on London Eye. And you can see that we're all very closely together, something that in gastronomy happens, but now it's forbidden. And what happened next is we tried to think of the obvious. Many restaurants, they ran into huge troubles. And the first thing that we launched when this virus kind of broke through is we said, okay, restaurants are tied out from their community. They cannot monetize them anymore. So we basically, as many other people did, you were able to see in the United States, founders of Instagram actually launched coupon sales for the restaurant. So we launched this. And in a couple of weeks, we sold tens of thousands of dollars for restaurants, bars, classes in coffee, classes in cocktails, both in London and in Ljubljana, where our communities are the strongest. But we tried to think further. My previous mentor, Mateusz Petek, who I sincerely hope he's in the audience today, was always saying to us that you need to be ahead of the curve. You need to think better than the other people are thinking. So we said, okay, how do you create experience that can be replicated in any country around the world without actually seeing each other? And then we saw a tweet that kind of changed everything. This is one investor from a certain VC fund from the United States that said, okay, so his wife is doing virtual wine tastings. So she ships the bottles, she does a Zoom, and the rest is history. So we said, okay, we can be smarter than her. So instead of selling full bottles, we can arrange that our producers fill the small bottles. And this is how Noir virtual tastings were born. So this is what is our core product right now, besides the community, besides the content, besides all of the different things we do. So we fill the small bottles with wine. We send those bottles all around Europe. Now we're also entering into the US market. We ship them to the people that buy the boxes. And then on a particular day or time, they meet online with the tasting booklets that are provided. And they watch the stream that happens between us, me as a host, a sommelier that selected the box, and people who enjoy the wine. So, and this is when gastronomy becomes scalable. So what we're really the most proud of is that we have created a way that anybody through our web interface and our web store can buy a particular box of wines and join a streaming link, basically something that we are doing today. And what is the next step for us is that we're going to start shooting production style videos, because streaming might have a little bit of issue. And we're going to start selling boxes. You buy a box, you get a professional video, kind of like a class or community shot video, and you enjoy small bottles of the wine and join the tasting. And I just wanted to share this picture with you, how it also looks in practice. So you join the link, you have your booklet, and you watch the stream. And what we saw next is that if it works for wine, it can work for any other verticals as well. So immediately after wine, we also launched the first virtual cocktail tasting, because if it's alcohol, it can be bottled, it cannot really go bad, and you can ship it whenever you want. And we launched the first cocktail tasting, which basically looks like this. So drinks are pre-bottled, and every customer buys a drink, joins the streaming like we're participating on right now, and enjoys his drink while talking to all of the other people around the world. And for the first tasting, we have sold dozens of different drinks to people, first just in Slovenia, because we wanted to test the concept, but cocktails are something that we're going to, develop further. And I wanted to share this last slide with you just to give you a perspective how big this can be. So on Saturday, I was holding a tasting that I think we broke a record. So we had over 100 people, and it took me 3 hours of work to do it. So just to give you a perspective, before, maximum amount of people that we can do was 20. It took us 6 hours of work, and I needed to have 2 people to help me out. People get drunk on tastings. You need to wash the glasses. You need to be sure that people are happy. Here, with 3 hours of work, we have served 100 different people. And this is where we think this can go globally. And that's why we're approached by sommeliers every day from different countries around the world. We're approached by winemakers from different countries, because everybody thinks that this industry can also start going a little bit online. I'm not saying that the physical touch will be removed from the gastronomy, but if you can make it scalable through online, that's the way to go. We have also hosted interesting events for companies. So we have a very strong membership base, everything that we did in the last 2 months. So our revenue 4x'd based on what we were doing before. And our members also come from a variety of different companies, including the multinationals like TikTok and Nike. They're all regularly buying those boxes for their employees to kind of, help them out during the times in the Corona, and also, as a little bit of a perk for their employees. So we think that the future of gastronomy is going to be digital. We think that it's scalable, and, we cannot see what we build next. So same as Gregor, I also shared my contact details in case if anybody wants, to talk to us, join our events, have a private event or something like this. So I think that kind of concludes it.
Thank you very much for that, for sharing that, Jaka. Now, we have the first questions from the community. And again, you can ask questions in the comments. So the first question of the whole conference here is, what is the strategy for community growth, city by city, or attack the whole EU? And then the second sentence is, Jaka, you rule. That's what he also said. So how you grow your little company to be a big one?
So I think that, communities are a very complicated thing. I think that United States are a couple of years ahead of us. Just if we look at the Y Combinator, the recent batch in YC had 3 community companies. And the biggest problem that investors have with the community is that you cannot apply them through the entire world right away, because you will spread yourself too thin. So what we learned, so we were very lucky that we met the first investor of Software Sounds, which I think it's like the biggest example of how to grow a local community in a global way. And we think that it's, you start on a particular market, you learn how to scale this market, you learn how to get Noir to every person in London that likes good food, likes good wine, that he starts going to Noir restaurant, that he purchases products from us. And once you have the first market, you start writing a guidebook. And then once you have the guidebook, you have a set of rules, and then you can just deploy other markets. So for us, where we are very strongly present right now, so members are in different countries, but where we were the strongest is London and Ljubljana. And now we already have enough intelligence so that we can say, okay, step number 1 is this, step number 2 is this, step number 3 is this, and then you basically replicate this in a third city. It doesn't mean that it will work exactly the same, but you do trial and error. So for us, we want the third city to be Copenhagen, because it has a very big budget for food and wine, and it's very forward thinking. So we have learned a lot from London and Ljubljana, and once ready, I'm not saying that this is tomorrow, we have enough intel so that we can go to a third market. And then, Software Sound started in London, and now they're in 900 cities around the world. So I think this is the way to go.
Thank you very much. So you said early on, it's about making gastronomy scalable. So is kind of the answer also about the scalability is making it repeatable?
Correct.
Now, give us a bit of a feeling. You're saying, okay, you've got 2 cities, you're going for the third city. Now that sounds cheesy, but it's the correct word. What's your current biggest bottleneck?
So right now, I think that the biggest bottleneck is that if we're talking about the pre-corona times, it was honestly that people, especially on the investment side, didn't really understand. I think that Europe lacks good investors in the community business. So a great example in the United States is Alexis Ohanian and Initialized Capital. They backed every single good community in Europe. And I think that this is what we were lacking before. And I would like to thank Eamonn Carey, who will be talking, I think, after us, and Techstars London, who was kind of the first investment fund in Europe that really got this. And, of course, Silicon Gardens, because they believed in us. So this was our biggest bottleneck before. Right now, today, our biggest bottleneck is to actually raise a little bit more funding and start applying this on a larger scale. We want to start bottling bigger batches. We want to bring in more famous sommeliers, more restaurants. We want to hire additional people on the video production so that we can start shooting production episodes. We want to bring sommeliers from United States to Europe to shoot production videos. And, all of these things cost money. So that's why if, we're going to start gearing up. If you launch a new city, you need to go to live there. I think that's, a must. If you launch, when we took Povio to the United States, we needed to go there. When we took Noir to London, we moved there. When we will take it to Copenhagen, it's definitely going to cost us some money. So I think, our bottleneck right now is that we could move much faster, but we'll probably also need some additional funds for that.
You've made me very hungry and slightly thirsty. It would have been very much fun meeting you in person. We have about 1 more minute left, so I'm quite curious to understand, what's your prediction for your market, the space you're in? What's going to change within the next 1 or 2 years that wouldn't have changed if this crisis wouldn't have happened?
So gastronomy is a very old-fashioned industry. You cannot be a good chef and a good marketer. It just doesn't work that way. If you're a chef or a winemaker, you will spend 20 hours per day in the restaurant or in a vineyard. So that's why all of the industry relied on the B2B sales. Nobody was interested in the B2C sales, nobody. And then when Corona happened, B2B broke, and winemakers, restaurants, they lost 99% of their revenue. Then they tried to sell online, and they realized that it's really hard to sell stuff online. So I think that the biggest outcome that gastronomy will have from this industry is that it will modernize, it will realize that internet is the way to go, and that they need to start thinking B2C as well, B2C and D2C. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to survive, through the next couple of years. It's as as Darwin have said, it's not the strongest, it's the most capable to adapt. And just to finish off, I think who is the smartest is Noma from Copenhagen, which is the world's best restaurant, and now they'll start serving burgers and become a wine bar. But they will survive, and many others won't. So don't be the smartest, but be the most adaptable to the situation.
Thank you so much for coming along. Can't wait to have that service in Vienna, by the way, just giving you a hint. Anyway, stay safe over there. Real pleasure talking to you. And now it's time to move on to our next speaker. Thank you so much. And yeah, our next speaker is going to help brands and companies understand better how to communicate with their customers with a very special way through using influencers, which sounds a little bit tricky, but he apparently knows what he's going to be talking about. His name is Cvek. I'm so sorry, I keep messing up all of your names. Again, it'll happen to me so many more times. I'm really sorry about that. But the name of his company is easier for me. It's called Influee. He's the co-founder and CEO of it. And before we have him on our little stage, let's roll the video and see who he is. And there he is, live and in color. Urban, very good to have you with us. And you will be telling us how brands can communicate a lot better by using influencers. Dear community, as always, you can ask questions in the comments. Urban, hello, and the stage is yours. Just need to unmute, brother. Just hit the unmute button. So don't worry, it should be somewhere at the top. Somewhere there should be the option of muting and unmuting.
Okay.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay. You can hear me now, right?
Yep.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Urban, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Influee. So we are an influencer marketing and recently content creation platform. I'll talk about entering the market fast and reacting to changes fast. I'll share my own opinions, so it might not work for everyone. We are a B2B software startup, so this might be important as my advices or examples might not work for businesses that are B2C, and it probably doesn't work for hardware startups. I will share examples from our company rather than this being a theoretical facts presentation. So I hope some of the examples resonate with you and you find opportunities to grow with your own customers. So we got lots of ideas listening to other founders from Silicon Gardens network talking about how they took advantage of the current situation. So let's dive right into it. We got our first customer before we even started coding. It was a friend's e-commerce website. And at the beginning, we were basically building a custom solution for them. By that, we solved at least one business's problem. And we thought if they were not too special, we probably solved problems of other businesses too. And it turns out that we actually did. So what did our product go through to become what is it now? We identified that the main two problems of influencer marketing are finding influencers and then tracking those collaborations. And so we started with the most basic thing. We exported a list of influencers we found with a scraper into Excel spreadsheet, and the brand then contacted those influencers themselves. Then the next step was to actually turn those spreadsheets into a working software that had filters and you could browse through it. After that, we built a software to track collaborations with influencers, And only in the last step, we build the other side of the marketplace, so the influencers. And we really try to take one problem at a time, because it's much more easier this way. And you can see that at each step, we actually had a usable product that solved their problem, even though that it wasn't complete. And our MVP really had minimal features, only what it really needed. We were constantly under pressure to develop new things, and we already knew that those new features will solve our customers' problems, because they told us. And on the right side of the slide is a screenshot of our customer actually asking us when they will be able to edit the campaign that they launched. They were able to launch it, but not edit it. I know it's the most basic thing, but we still left it out in order for them to be able to use it as fast as possible, and we did the rest by hand. So our platform also had lots of bugs, but they still wanted to use it because it actually solved a real life problem for them. And as Reid Hoffman said, the founder of LinkedIn, if you're not embarrassed by the first version of your product, you've probably launched too late. Okay, so what's the value? Why you should launch fast too? First thing, as the title suggests, you are fast on the market. Second thing, customers do some of the work for you. They're like an assistant to your product manager, and they also craft your sales pitches because you can see what they're amazed at. So for example, we turned one of the customers' reaction to our software, so we can get rid of our influencer spreadsheets, into sales pitch for new customers. Get rid of your spreadsheets and save lots of time, which was used for many months. So yeah, that's it for our launching days. But now let's get to what we do currently. So what we do with our current customers to help us react quickly. Whenever we get a feature request, we basically schedule a meeting with that customer to understand what their problem really is. We also think about how it can make sense for all other customers, or maybe even potential new ones. And then we solve their problem instead of making their feature that they requested. So for example, one customer asked if we can somehow measure the traffic that each influencer brings to their website per day and send that CSV report to their email. So the problem is they want to track traffic, and they came up with one solution. But together with them, we found a much better one. Our solution to this was to assign UTM tracking links to each influencer, so make that possible on the platform in a really easy way, and for them to track that traffic in Google Analytics, which they were already using for all other channels, so like Facebook, Google Ads, and have that everything in one place. Okay, so and how we actually got to content creation, it was similar to the thing that I said before. So one of our biggest feature requests to date was that influencers would be able to upload photos and videos instead of posting them to their Instagram. That doesn't seem big at all, you would say, but it turns out that they wanted to use influencers as content creators for their ad creatives. And while we talked with the brands, they told us that their ads perform much better if they use influencers' content in them. We did some market research ourselves. We tried selling that to new potential customers, and it turned out that it was even easier to sell influencers as content creators to new brands. And as content creation, why is that? Because content creation was an existing expense for most brands, and influencer marketing is still not used that widely. And also to put that into perspective of how much it actually matters to listen to the customers, content creation now represents 30% of our revenue. So in a way, you could say that our company now earns 30% more because of making this feature. And it's only a few months since we implemented. Okay, so now let's touch the Corona topic for a bit and how we adapted there. In the times of Corona, I think it really showed that fast change is possible because most of the companies completely changed how they operate. Lots of new problems arise, and this means new opportunities. For us, most of the problems were in sales, as we got many replies from potential new customers we outreach to that they're interested, but not right now, as they were impacted by Corona and their sales dropped. But on the other hand, we saw lots of success stories on LinkedIn and in our investors network. The same thing happened with our existing customers, as some customers had their sales drop and canceled their subscription with us, but the others had their best months and broke all their records and scaled their budgets. So what we did was some research of the sectors that were doing better than before. It turned out it was mostly beauty and fitness products, and we focused our sales only on those sectors. So before we contacted them, we checked if they were still actively advertising. And with that, we almost completely eliminated those who can't right now because of Corona responses. Okay, so as I said before, the new problems arise in recent times. Let's talk about how we tackled one of them to gain some new customers for ourselves. If we think about how brands get content for their ads, it's mostly organized photo shoots several times a year and internal teams that produce it in the studio. So both went out of the picture in recent weeks because of the quarantine. And one more way to get it is with UGC, so user-generated content, which is great, but you're at the mercy of how much content your users actually produce for you. So it happened that brands were left without content in the middle of their best months when they wanted to scale their budgets, but they couldn't. So you can probably see how we can fit in this picture, as Influee enabled them to get the content via our creators network, and we made some really easy and quick sales. And after we saw that huge need for it, we changed our sales speech to basically be just that during this time. So enabling brands to get the content, even though they can't do it in a physical way, basically. So I really hope some of the examples gave you any ideas. And with that, that's it from me. And now questions.
Thank you much for sharing that. And again, if you have questions, don't forget you just write them in the comments section, and then we pick out some of the best questions we see. So we're still working on that. Obviously, we have to get rolling there. And again, questions always pays out. Now, you just gave us a bit of an influence, not a bit of an influence, but a bit of an insight during Corona. I'm curious to see within the next couple of years, obviously all these industries are changing and influencers are changing and the way influencers work. And in the last couple of months, I've had the feeling there's been a lot of criticism also behind influencers, people saying, well, look, it's a bit of a tricky thing. What's your take on this? What's going to stay and what's going to change?
Yeah, I think that influencer marketing is going to move from macro influencers to micro influencers. So working with lots of influencers that have only a few thousand followers. Most of the collaborations on our platform now happen in this way. And I also think that influencers will be viewed more as content creators rather than influencers. Why that? Because basically, as influencers, they are the master content creators for social media platforms. And with that, they are basically a gold mine for advertisers.
I'm interested, how long do influencers stay with a brand then, in most cases? On our platform, we mostly do just one-off collabs or maybe a month or two. We don't do partnerships, probably because it doesn't make that much sense to do it over the platform if they're running a long-term commitment with somebody. So, yeah. And tell me, what is kind of like the next platforms you're looking at, which you think are kind of quite interested in? Do you also do stuff like TikTok and so on already?
Yeah, for now, we only do Instagram, but we will for sure move into the YouTube space, and also TikTok will probably be the next thing. but for now, I don't think it's there yet.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What do you, because like for me, I'm quite curious, like for example, TikTok, I don't understand it at all, but I know it's going to be amazing and everyone's telling me it's amazing, but you're saying it's not there yet. What would have to happen for you to have it on your list?
Basically, for us to do it on our list, to have it on our list is get some of the attention of the advertisers. So basically, some of the brands requesting it, why we don't have it as a platform, and then we'll probably do it. For now, it doesn't make sense because it's we almost had no requests for it. But for the TikTok as a platform, I think it just needs to develop a bit, in sense that as Instagram was for kids and Facebook was just for college students, and everybody is now on it, I think the same thing will happen. It just needs some time. So just onboarding new people and they will get there.
Have you had a chance of looking into Clubhouse yet? Have you heard of them?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so Clubhouse is kind of an invite only where people talk amongst each other and others pay actually to join in. Super exclusive still in the Valley area. So I'm interested, do you think that this whole influencer type is going to eventually change also the way we perceive, the way we interact with celebrities and create fully new celebrities on different channels?
For sure. And I think it's already happening now. And I think that people are much likely to resonate with somebody that is not like a few million followers, but is actually a local, and that they follow them for the advice. I think it's really happening in, let's say, the fashion or the beauty industry, where let's say girls follow makeup artists to get advices, and it works much better for a brand to work with those local influencers that are micro than to go with huge celebrities.
Does that make it more credible then?
Yeah, I think it does. It for sure doesn't look as paid as it does when somebody with millions of followers is promoting it. And also, it's when we do it with micro influencers, most of the time it's for free products. So it's on barter. It's a barter collaboration, which actually already that makes it credible, because why would you want to work with that brand if you only get a product for free and not get paid for it? So
I'm interested, just out of curiosity, do your grandparents understand what you do?
No, I don't think they do. I don't think. If I tell people that are a bit older, I just say that we are a software startup or a software company, even. So yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for that candid answer. But I understand it's kind of very often I have the feeling there's kind of like generations, the younger generations of marketeers that understand the value of influencers, and I have a feeling certain more traditional marketeers still look at this whole thing of like, yeah, but that's, I don't know. How do you encounter these kind of moments?
Yeah, I think as more and more brands will have to go digital first, I mean, it's already happening during these Corona times, that they will more and more see the value of influencers, or even basically, as I said, using UGC on your ads, which is kind of the same thing, because you put somebody that is a real person and you just boost it with ads money. With influencers, it's kind of the same, because you're just putting the influencer, but they are boosting it to their audience themselves, because they already have the audience. With Facebook ads, you have to pay Facebook to distribute it, but I think it's similar. It's very similar.
Cool. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Again, shame we couldn't meet in person, but still very nice meeting like this. Yes, thank you very much for sharing your insights. Hope to meet you soon. Stay safe, and thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Bye, Urban. Stay safe.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Now, yeah, kind of staying from one area and moving into another, which is very stable no matter what happens. Interestingly, the next gentleman we'll be talking to is from Austria. He's nominated Forbes 30 under 30 in Austria. Interestingly, both of us played rugby for the same team, Vienna Celtic, so that's something nice. And yesterday, while preparing for today, I had a run in the woods and accidentally nearly bumped into you. His name is Stefan. He is digitalizing undertaking. No, seriously, he is. Look at the intro, you'll see more. Stefan, that's the part where I say hello and good to see you also in this very interesting form. How are you, my friend?
Hi, Daniel. I'm great. Thanks a lot for having me. How are you?
Very good. Thank you very much for joining in. And yes, I said it before, you're in a very interesting field. The next 10 minutes are yours to tell us what you do. Stage is yours, my friend.
Excellent. Cool. Let me just share my screen with you guys.
And again, while he's doing that, you can ask questions in the comments section. Just ask a question and we'll be talking about it shortly.
Cool, excellent. So yeah, thanks a lot again for having me and for having the opportunity to talk about Benu and what we are doing. My name is Stefan. I co-founded Benu. Benu is Austria's first digital funeral home, and we make it possible to organize, plan an entire funeral online. I just want to start with one number, just to make you aware of our topic. In Austria, approximately 220 people are dying every day. And this is, it's a large number, and I think most of us don't have that number or this dimension kind of like in front of our eyes in our everyday life, which is good because on a statistical basis, every one of us is only every 20 years approximately concerned with the topic of death in the immediate family. So we're not talking about this topic very often, but every time it actually concerns us or it hits us, it's something extremely important, and it's something quite difficult. And myself and also my co-founders, we have pretty much in parallel actually experienced how difficult it can be to arrange a funeral for a loved one. And obviously it's difficult from an emotional perspective, so it's emotionally extremely challenging. But not only that, organizing a funeral is also quite time consuming and only analog possible. So you really have to go to the funeral director, you have to sit down there on a desk and talk to a person and be also somehow engaged in a sales conversation when it comes to organizing a funeral. And it can also be quite expensive and intransparent to organize a funeral. And all these different reasons we have taken to actually establish or we have experienced ourselves. And we said there must be a better way of doing that. And it was a big driver for us actually to put our heads together in our founding team and come up with a solution to these problems. And we said, how can we solve it? How can we make this situation better? We said we want to create actually 3 different value propositions for people with our company, with what we're doing. We want to provide relevant information about funerals, about death, about all different topics around this kind of like area of end of life. We want to give every customer full transparency of what a funeral costs and also which services, which products you get in return for that. And we want to make it possible to plan the funeral online because it's already a really hard topic. And we actually want to give the people the opportunity to do that at home in the comfort of your own home and with your own family, and not to have to go to a funeral director or sit down in a sales room somewhere. How does that look? What we're doing? It's actually quite straightforward. We are running a web platform which gives you the possibility to organize a funeral online. This is just a simple screenshot of our landing page, and kind of like the core of our product is our funeral configurator. There you again see a screenshot. It's a planning tool which works on mobile, which works on desktop, which gives you just all the tools you need in order to organize a funeral. So you can select coffins, you can select an urn, you can select different types of ceremony, such as a funeral speaker, or you can design your print products if you want to send out cards. So everything you would normally do at a funeral director's office, you can actually do from the comfort of your home with our application. And the application also shows you the most relevant price for your region in Austria. And I will talk more about the business model a bit later so that you get more understanding. Just before that, I just want to share actually some stats with you so that we also get some more kind of like a brief insight in the industry and about the topic. Funeral planning actually over the last couple of years has already become digital. And this is a very placative graph, but it just shows you the extent of what we're talking about. Since 2004 up until now, actually the traffic regarding funerals has been increasing steadily and actually quite strongly. And this graph just shows us that people are confronted with the topic of death and confronted with the whole situation of organizing a funeral. And they are searching for information online and they're searching for help online. However, actually, this search intent was not yet really satisfied yet, because there was actually no nice, transparent, and easy to navigate information. And this is kind of like the gap you want to fill. And so that you also get a bit of an understanding of what the amount of interest is that is out there. Per month, there is approximately 165,000 Google searches for funeral-related topics, and this is kind of like the broad term cloud in all the kind of like the topics related to funerals. But in total, if in absolute numbers, this is actually more traffic, for example, than the entire area of used cars in Austria. So this is actually it's a topic that really concerns us all. And the big issue, coming back to transparency and online presence, is represented by this graph. So in Austria, you have, this is a bit varying, but between 500 and 550 funeral homes. And almost half of it don't even have a website online. So they don't show any information online. They don't show any representation online. The other half has a website, or a bit more than half. But in all over Austria, only 18 funeral homes actually show transparent prices on their websites. And this is one of the key areas where we actually really want to help people with our solution. We want to make it possible to get all the prices you need and have full transparency when it comes to planning a funeral. Now, let me briefly explain you our business model, how we are operating and how it works. We started with the company in mid of 2018 with the idea I just explained, so to make it more easier and more transparent to organize a funeral, and actually started with a little test market in Vienna. And our business model works in a way that we're providing a platform to plan the funeral, and we're addressing actually two different customer groups. On the one hand, we're addressing people who are now confronted with an acute or impending, like shortly impending case of death. So people who right now have to organize a funeral. And on the other hand, we are also addressing people who want to provision for their own funeral in the future. So we're helping them to plan the funeral for the future, to clearly state what your personal wishes are for your own funeral, and also to provision financially for this funeral in the future. And in order to make the funerals happening, we're working with a network of partners who help us to execute the funerals, who deliver the service on the graveyard, for example. And as I said before, we started in Vienna with kind of like a little test bubble and one first funeral partner to prove kind of like the hypothesis, yes, it's possible to organize a funeral online. And this worked out very nicely. So we had satisfied customers, people who had a lot of appreciation for the transparency. And then we said, yes, maybe we can also make it bigger and we can grow. And kind of like from this small test bubble in Vienna over the last 1.5 years, we've been growing steadily. We are now active all over Austria. So really from, if you're familiar with Austrian geographics, from the Lake Neusiedl to Konstanz on Bodensee, so the entire country is covered by Benu. We have approximately 25 partners all over Austria who deliver the funerals together with us. And yeah, so we reached actually a great state as a company where we are able to help people in a difficult situation all over the country, and we make it easier and more transparent to plan a funeral. So this is kind of like the story of our company so far. I try to keep it really short. You have the chance to ask any questions if you want, and I think we should also have some chance to discuss actually how we reacted on Corona and how the current situation is impacting us as a business.
Thank you very much, Stefan, for your insights. Now, this is the part you kind of said already where we get to ask questions. Again, you can ask questions in the comments. There was one question I found quite interesting that just popped up on my screen is, well, obviously, very often platforms have the challenge which side to onboard first. So basically, well, who do you onboard? Who is your customer?
Mm-hmm. So we have, as the question already points out, two sides of a marketplace, even though we're not the classical two-sided marketplace. We have, on the one hand, our customers, on the other hand, our funeral partners all over Austria. We are working in our setup with a set of exclusive partnerships. So Benu is not a comparison engine where you always get a different funeral home, but we have for each area or for more denser areas, multiple funeral partners per region. And those companies help us to execute the funerals. In terms of onboarding, for us, it was really quite opportunity driven. So we had a test market, a test bubble defined for Vienna, because this is kind of like our home base, and we are like now also based in Vienna with the company. So it's easier to approach funeral partners at the beginning in your proximity and talk with them. So we started here, and then actually for us, then the next growth steps were very much actually marketing driven, if you will. On the marketing side, we were doing paid advertising, but we are also running a lot of content and doing a lot of content marketing. And especially there, for example, we started to target at the beginning the 9 regional capitals of Austria. And so once we got requests from there, we started to acquire new partners in these regions. And so it kind of like we tried to level up both sides of the equation.
Can you share some numbers, how your business is going, how adoption has been? Yeah, absolutely. So our big goal for the first couple of months were really kind of like finding this product market fit. Where we had tweaked a lot on the marketing side, we tweaked a lot on the product side, and end of last year we set ourselves the goal. We quickly want to grow to kind of like 1 funeral a day, which is approximately 31 a month. We are now almost double that number in terms of funerals we are executing. So we are approximately helping 60 families a month to make arrangements for a funeral of a loved one. And at the same time, we're now also strongly growing on the provision side. I pointed out at the beginning that in the business model, we have these 2 areas of acute funeral cases and provision cases, where you make the arrangements for your own funeral.
And we have recently also developed our own financial product for this area, a Benu trusted account. And there we started actually selling the first accounts last month. So we're now selling between 10 and 20 a month.
Now, as an outsider, I always, and again, that's probably just a misconception, I always took that this industry you're in, that's probably like the broader industry, the funeral industry and whatnot, I always assumed it was a closed industry and probably very much family businesses and whatnot.
Yeah.
How does the industry react to someone like you? Because you're not from the industry, you're new, you're changing things. How's that going?
Yeah, this is kind of like part of the crazy startup roller coaster, I would say. So historically speaking, the industry was closed up until 2002, meaning that for every region in Austria, like for a city or a district, there was one funeral home. In Vienna, for example, it's Bestattung Wien, which had a monopoly, or all the other funeral homes in the other regions also had monopolies, like regional monopolies. 2002, the market was liberated, and it was possible also for privately run or privately owned funeral homes to enter the market. And since then, the market has developed. So now there's approximately 550 funeral homes all over Austria. And yeah, obviously, when you enter an industry which is quite old school, I would say, and also which was used to no competition for decades, you are, a position as a newcomer is not easy all the time. But now maybe I have to talk a bit about our partner setup. We are not kind of like our partners are not the large established funeral homes in the areas who are used to running a monopoly. We are working with high quality, family owned, mostly family owned, but sometimes also a bit larger than family owned funeral homes all over Austria. And for them, we are actually a great partner because we can actually help them to gain local foothold, to increase their local market share. And together with them, we can actually be growing nicely. So with the partners, it's working great. But obviously, so when you try to acquire new partnerships and when you talk to a lot of people in the industry, it's almost black or white sometimes. People either appreciate us as a business partner and as somebody who is bringing new spirit into this old school industry, and others, quite frankly, just hate us.
Which is also nice. And some like you, some hate you. But I have to ask one thing. Like when I heard what you were doing a couple of years ago, and I don't mean this offensive, but for me it was like a digital funeral home is like the most Viennese thing ever. What do you say about that?
I think for us, being a Vienna-based startup is great because Vienna has a very special approach to the whole topic of death.
That's nicely said.
It's part of the culture. It's part of the city, I guess. So I think it's actually a good fit for us, revolutionizing this industry in a city that is so close to the topic.
That was a very nice way of navigating my question. But yes, Viennese quite like funerals, right? So would this work in any other city than Vienna?
For us, it already does. So it works for us in many cities all over Austria. What I have to say, it's definitely a concept which rather works in urban areas. So where you have as a customer the choice between multiple funeral homes, and where, just very bluntly speaking, there might also be a higher kind of like openness or high adoption of digital solutions. In very rural areas, you still only have like one local funeral home, and even there, so we have been delivering funerals really in the most remote areas of Austria. But I would say our kind of like target user persona is in the urban areas, or works in Austria, and we're now actually on the edge of taking the step towards Germany and also other bordering countries. So I'm very confident that also there in urban areas, this is a model or a way of organizing funeral which works.
Now, Stefan, we have 20 seconds left. Quick last question is, how did the crisis impact your market adoption? And Yes,
Yeah.
like more consumer facing.
Yeah. So actually, so in terms of funeral cases, there was no impact just to put that first. So we were not doing more funerals because more people died, unfortunately, to the coronavirus. But our approach of delivering the service now was very much fitting because people actually had a great way to inform themselves and also talk to us without being present at the funeral home. And we reacted quite quickly with creating a lot of useful content, so to inform people very transparently about the impact of Corona on the funeral industry. And yeah, this was perceived very positively.
Thank you very much. Stefan, it's been a pleasure talking to you.
Thanks, Daniel.
Hope to see you sometime soon. Stay safe. Take care. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much and goodbye. So that was our first block where we're talking about pivoting and go-to-market strategy. And before we get to the next block, which is teams and processes, we're going to have a little bit of a chit-chat. The idea is that we have a more detailed talk. And well, my next guest is actually managing director of Techstars in London. He's also an early stage investor. He really knows what he's talking about. He's apparently invested in more than 40 companies, and he has a history with media. That sounds quite challenging and quite interesting. I can see him already on my screen, but before you get to see him, let's roll the intro. So welcome on stage from Techstars London, Eamonn Carey. Welcome on stage, Eamonn.
Thank you very much. It's good to be here. Sadly, not there in person, but here from my kitchen in London. But hopefully everyone is staying safe and sane and healthy while they're tuning in.
I mean, the thing is, obviously, we're meeting in quite interesting times, right? So normally we'd be meeting on stage, but then again, it kind of gives us more of a chance of having a bit of a more, let's call it, intimate conversation. So we get to see your kitchen, which looks quite good. We see you well settled in. So before we, that's a difficult word, isn't it? Before we dig deep into the next topic, I'm still kind of carried away. We just spoke to a startup that's been in the funeral and undertaking business, and they're digitizing that whole thing. Have you seen something like that in your vast history of looking into startups?
You know, we looked at a couple of companies that were looking at the end of life experience in different ways, I think. So everything from kind of companies that were allowing you to create audiobooks or content from your grandparents or great-grandparents or others. We've looked at a couple of companies that were looking at kind of insurance and wills. There's a quite successful Techstars Anywhere company called Trust and Will, and a few others that are helping people with leaving legacies for their loved ones. But actually the funeral experience itself is not one that I've seen before, but it is a very old school process, and it doesn't surprise me that there's someone smart out there looking at ways to kind of digitize it and optimize it and make it better, because as an experience for families and for people to go through, it's not only expensive, it's also extremely traumatic, and so anything that can kind of help them with that is remarkable. I really enjoyed the end of the interview. Actually, I just caught the tail end of it.
Thank you. Yeah, I find it quite interesting as well. And it's kind of one of these typical black boxes for consumers, and suddenly someone opens it up. And that's kind of, for me, like this typical startup approach I love so much. But obviously, it's not about as much what I like, but rather what kind of excites you. And now, I've said before, you've invested in more than 40 companies, and you at Techstars, obviously, you see a lot. And the idea is now that we can have a bit of a conversation. So dear audience, you can ask any question. We'll just feed it into our talk because we have a bit of time to have a bit of a chit chat. Now, first and foremost, let's start with a quite straightforward question. What is it what excites you in individual startups which you single out to work with? What is it you look for?
I think there's a couple of things. I think one of the big ones is the passion of the founder or the founding team. There are companies, in fact, the majority of companies that I've invested in I can still remember the very first conversation that I had with those founders, and I can remember the energy that almost kind of fizzed off their body as I was meeting them in person, or in many cases kind of interacting with them on Zoom or on a Google Hangout. So I think there's a real energy that the best founders have, and a real passion that they get, and you can almost hear it in their voice when they're talking about, you know, their product or the problem that they're trying to solve, or the fact that this really irritated them for so long before they started the company. And I think that kind of passion is really key. I think that founder market fit is really important. This deep understanding of the problem that you're trying to solve, or the unfair advantage that you have versus maybe other incumbents in the market, or others who may choose to join it. But I think for me, the biggest thing is just that real energy that you can feel, because I think when you feel that passion and when you understand that passion, not just as an investor, you start to think, imagine this person trying to hire someone and being able to bring that level of, you know, enthusiasm and energy to it. Imagine them trying to pitch a potential business partner or a potential client and being able to bring that kind of intensity to the conversation. Like that, almost more than anything else, is one of the big things that I look out for. And it's you know, it's undeniably tough for founders to get it across in an environment like this. But then by the same token, I've seen it happen on plenty of occasions. So I think for me, that's, you know, at Techstars, we always talk about the 6 criteria that we look at for startups, or by which we judge startups, are team, market, traction, idea. And ultimately, I invest at the pre-seed stage, right? So most investments that I make are in companies where the valuation is less than 5 million. Very, very, very rarely would it be even as high as 10 million. And so a lot of the companies that we're investing in will be the first investor into the company. And ultimately at that stage, it's a people business, because lots of these companies end up doing something slightly or totally different as they pivot through the first couple of months or year of their lives. So the people are the biggest thing.
I love that approach. And now, I'm quite curious, so maybe kind of also to feed you in, I do a lot of pitch trainings with startups, and I've done it like all over the world. And for me, passion, I think, is super important. But then again, there's a lot of regional differences. I think there's like regional areas where people showcase their passion a little more and a little less. What's your take on that? And how can you maybe also advise people who are not so open to sharing passion, what they can do about this?
Yeah, I think it's very tricky. And it's something that it took me time to learn as an investor. You know, I grew up in Ireland. You know, we have a very different way of expressing ourselves there versus people in the US or other parts of the world. You know, when I started mentoring on Techstars originally, I was kind of working with companies from, you know, Estonia, or working with companies from India, or from lots of different places. And I think you've just got to try and, you know, it's a lot of things. It's kind of body language, it's knowledge, it's the, you know, passion is not necessarily always kind of like I'm waving my hands around and kind of manically talking about things. Frequently, it's the intensity with which someone talks about the problem that they're solving, or the way that they explain why they started to create the product that they're building. So I think if I were giving people advice, I think a couple of things. I think number one, like, don't be afraid to talk about how obsessed you are with a problem, or how angry you are that there isn't a solution for the problem that you're solving. Talk to people in layman's terms. So it's interesting, like I'm reviewing the applications for this year's Techstars program at the moment. And, you know, there's probably at least 20 or 30% of them make the mistake of assuming that I actually know anything about their technology. And so they go super in-depth and super technical and don't explain it in a way that anyone can. I think, you know, help me understand what is it that brought you to this point of starting this business, and help me understand that this is going to be something that will, you know, wake you up at 4 o'clock in the morning and have you writing in a notebook with, you know, the brilliant ideas that you have, and have you kind of walking into and eventually through brick walls to make this a reality. And so I think it's just that different people have different ways of expressing passion. I think it's being able to explain in a really intelligent way what you're doing, why you're doing it, and who you're doing it for, and being able to do that succinctly and without necessarily having to kind of resort to, you know, slightly over the top theatrics.
Thanks for sharing that. And yeah, I mean, and I like what you said. I like the part with the layman. I think Yeats once said, "Think like a wise man, but communicate in the language of the people." I think that's a great quote on that. Now, speaking of that, if you kind of look back in your time, what's kind of the one that got away that's bugging you?
So it's quite a while ago now. I think it's probably about 10 years ago, maybe slightly less, maybe 8 years ago. I was introduced to a guy in Dubai, and a friend of mine had said, "You should meet this guy. Really, really nice. He's trying to build a regional, kind of ride-hailing application." And this was around the time that Uber and Lyft were starting to kind of come to prominence in the US. And so I said, "Yeah, I'll meet him." I was in Dubai for a couple of days, and so I downloaded it. I said, "When I meet him, I'll use his own app to get to the meeting with him." And so I downloaded the app and I used it. And in the early days of Uber, it would take maybe two taps to go from opening the app to, your taxi is on the way. And so I counted it with this app, and it took me 18. And so I got to the meeting, met the guy, and I was like, really, really liked him. I was like, "Look, you got some pretty big kind of user experience problems here. And, there's some challenges, obviously, with the scale." I think Uber had started raising kind of comically large amounts of money at that stage. So there's some challenges here. And I didn't fully understand kind of the regional nuance that they were developing for that part of the world. And so kind of met him, continued the conversation, met his co-founder, had a little bit more conversation, and ultimately in the end for one or two reasons said, don't want to invest in the company. And that would have been their pre-seed round. And that company went on to sell to Uber for close to $3 billion. So that was, it was a lesson learned, but you gotta take the rough with the smooth, right? It certainly taught me, again, I really loved the founder, and what I should have done there was go, I trust that you are going to figure this out, but I hadn't quite kind of built that muscle memory at that stage.
What was the name of the company, if you care to share?
Kareem.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I mean, you just said that you've kind of built the muscle memory. And I mean, for me, I'd be intrigued because we have a lot of startups listening in, and now the whole idea is to have kind of a bit of an intimate conversation, and for them to learn also from you and from our conversation. Maybe I'm intrigued when you talk to people and they approach you nowadays. What is it? I mean, you said obviously team, but what is it, what you're looking for that gives you that feeling, that understanding, that your muscle memory suddenly kicks in and goes like, I'm onto something. This is real. This is good.
I think it's a combination of lots of different things. I think it's partly that energy that I described, the way that people get super excited about what they're doing, or really kind of enthusiastic about their product. I think it helps when it's a product that's in a market that I at least have some vague awareness of, and I wouldn't pretend to be an expert in everything. But there are some areas like food tech and the wider kind of food and beverage space, kind of computer vision and machine learning, games, VR, entertainment, a little bit of education. There's some areas that I'm kind of know a little bit more than others in that area. And so again, hearing a really strong pitch there kind of makes me think, or hearing someone talk about something which I've already thought about as a gap in the market. Good referrals from people that I know. So one of the good things about having the network that we have of over 2,400 companies that we've invested in at Techstars is there's lots of people going, hey, I think you'd be a great fit for this program, or you should go work with Eamonn in London. He'll really be able to help you. And then I think the other big thing that's really important for me is, even if it's a company in a sector that I don't maybe fully understand, or don't know an awful lot about, is if they can show me some initial momentum or traction, or in particular kind of customer buy-in or love. And I'll give you an example. I invested in a company called Banjo Robinson last year at Techstars London. Banjo Robinson's a cartoon cat, writes physical letters to children to help them learn how to read and write, and personalizes those letters. And so I met Kate. She had come in as a reference from a friend of mine. I met her and she had that like real fizzing energy the first time I met her. And I said, what do people think of the product? And she sent me a link and it was about 25 pages of discussion about Banjo Robinson on a platform called Mumsnet, which is a really, really popular social network for mums. And they'd done a product test on Mumsnet, and this was just feedback from people who didn't know Kate or didn't know the business, and it was overwhelmingly positive. The same thing, I reviewed an application from a health tech company this afternoon, and they had 2 testimonials from 2 of their test users saying, this is going to save us time, it's going to save us money, and we love this team, we love working with them. So those types of things really help to kind of build the story for me as an investor.
Now, obviously, we talked about the energy, the fizzing energy, and I love the way you kind of emphasized the importance of this. And obviously, it's always about purpose. Just out of interest, what's your purpose? Why do you do what you do?
So that's a really good question.
Thank you.
So when I started my first company, so you alluded to it a little bit earlier, a long time ago, when I started out, I studied journalism in school. I worked for a couple of newspapers and radio stations and TV stations. And about 15 years ago, I was saying to a lot of my colleagues, hey, we should take this mobile thing more seriously. We should be doing more content. We should be taking the internet more seriously. We should be blogging and podcasting and all of these things. And a lot of the feedback that I got was, we're not so sure, and is it ever going to be that big, etc. So ultimately, I kind of thought, okay, I'm going to quit. I'm going to start a company, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to build these things myself, and obviously hope it'll work. And back then in Ireland, like in Dublin, there were no accelerators, there were no, not really very many investors, and certainly very few good ones. So there was no support structure or infrastructure. There were a handful of people who were really, really good with their time and generous with their advice. And so folks who I would meet for a coffee or a beer every so often, and they would go, I wouldn't sign that contract if I were you, or I wouldn't hire people until you get to this stage, right? Just all of these kind of little tidbits of advice, and sometimes even just almost a shoulder to cry on. And there's absolutely no way that I would be sitting in my kitchen. I might still be sitting in my kitchen today had I not met them, but I certainly wouldn't be in the position that I'm in now. And so for me, it's really important to pay that forward. It's really important to support the next generation of founders, because in the same way that people helped me out when I got started, and I hope they enjoy doing that, I really enjoy helping the next generation of founders get started and giving them kind of, advice and guidance and connections and in some cases capital. And what's really heartening now is to see companies that came out of Techstars programs that I ran 4 or 5 years ago, or companies that I invested in even further back, who are now starting to become angel investors and become mentors themselves. And so I think it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. So I just love working with startups. I love working with that energy that I described. And I love the kind of the excitement that you get in the first 2 or 3 years of a company's life. It's a borderline addiction, I would say.
Totally feel you on that. And now I'm also interested, you just said that you have a background in media, and very often investors, not very often, but quite often investors have some kind of a background in the financial industries and whatnot, and they're very much numbers focused. And when you kind of started turning the sides and started joining in also as an investor, what were some of the ropes you had to learn where you go like, hey, this is like really, I didn't think that this would have been the way it is, where you really learned a lot?
I think there's a couple of things. I think, I've never been, as anyone who knows me can probably attest, I've never been the numbers person. I've always needed a COO type of character when I've started a couple of companies, and in every single one, I needed to bring in someone who would remember to do things like invoice our clients, or like, just the basic stuff. I'm just not particularly good on that front, or, I'm less good than I could be anyway. So for me, kind of digging into the legalities, so the legalities around term sheets and, whether they be equity financing, convertible note financing, any of these types of things, and how that plays out over time was something that I needed to learn. I understood the very basic elements of the legal system, but the kind of complexity involved in the kind of legal engineering that goes on, particularly as you get later and later into a company's life, was something I needed to learn. And likewise, a lot of the kind of financial fun and games that goes on with companies and investors and other forms of financing over the lifetime of a business, that wasn't something I knew an awful lot about. I had to buy a bunch of books, I had to watch a ton of videos, I had to listen to a bunch of podcasts to get better equipped at that. And I would still say I'm like a rank amateur. I think one of the nice things about investing at this stage, a pre-seed stage, is most companies don't have any revenue. So there's no kind of formula that you can apply to say, oh, this company is worth X because of Y. It's just like, this seems like a smart person. Like I figure it's worth 3 million to you. And it becomes, it's much more kind of collegial. So I think it's for me, kind of learning all of that kind of legal stuff and all of the financial layers that sit on top of that was something that I really needed to wrap my head around. And then I think a lot of it was just understanding kind of nuances in different markets, like what parts of the world were open for business, what parts of the world were companies thinking of expanding into, and a lot of that is just, I think a lot of that comes from the network that you build up around you. And I was very lucky to have kind of other great mentors or great investors or great founders who were kind of happy to spend time and share their expertise with me, which was brilliant. And I think one of the nice things about this whole industry is the extent to which actually people are really nice and generous with their time and willing to help out and support. I'm far from the only person who wants to help the next generation. There are hundreds of mentors and investors and others who want to pay it forward just in this city, much less the entire continent.
I love the way you're stressing the fact of paying forward. And I'm kind of curious. I've been in this industry now myself for about 10 years, and I do a lot of like super early stage, and you kind of develop a set of questions where you also just help, as you call it, paying forward. And for me, one of these questions is, and it always helps me assess how far are they, is do you have vesting? Obviously founder vesting. And there's one that go like, yeah, sure, we have it. And you go like, okay, you're good. You've got that covered. And others that go, what's the vesting? You're like, well, do you have a similar question which you like asking early on, which gives you a rough idea where they're at?
I mean, I actually, funnily enough, I'll ask them about vesting schedules. I'll ask them if they have a lawyer, which normally kind of helps me triangulate where on the spectrum that they do they sit. I think normally, actually, I think one of the really interesting things that I talk to companies about a lot is very, very early stage companies are usually excellent at telling you where they're going to be in about 6 to 10 years time, and much less good at telling you where they're going to be in 6 weeks time or in 6 months time. And so I like to kind of go, okay, you can show me, it's a little bit like kind of going, you tell me this strategy and that's great and that'll get me excited, but like, tell me the tactics that are going to allow you to achieve that. And I think, we meet a lot of companies where it's an idea and they're going to change the world and they're going to fix, the education system and build the world's biggest, gamified education platform. You go, that's brilliant. What are you going to do tomorrow to make that happen? And usually that's kind of a pretty clean kind of barometer of the ones that have spent real time kind of thinking about this, or who have listened to, the myriad of podcasts that are out there that they can learn from. So I think for me, that's an interesting one. And then when they're like fractionally further along, it's always good to ask them if they know what soft circling means, because that shows that they've kind of read venture deals or they've kind of, talk to someone else about raising a round. And so I think a lot of it is just, you don't, as a founder, you want to try and avoid looking amateur at all stages. And so making sure that the lingo, that what vesting is, that what a vesting schedule is, that what soft circling is, like all of these things. When you talk to investors, you never want to be in a situation where they go, can you give me access to a data room? And the founder goes, what? In my house? Well, so you need to kind of, the lingo is really important to know.
Now, I'm liking that you're giving us this kind of a candid insight, and at the same time, I'm kind of time is flying. A couple of weeks ago, I did a series of interviews with people from around the world, several VCs, and one of them said, look, up to now, location has been very important, and ecosystems have been very important. If you're in London or Berlin or the Bay Area or whatnot. And they said, look, in times of Corona and post-Corona, probably ecosystems are going to be less important because we're going to be more distributed, we're going to be more remote. I found that idea quite intriguing. What's your take on that?
I mean, I've long believed that entrepreneurship is not something that happens in a place, you know, and I think for a long time, I've kind of resisted this narrative that, you know, you have to go to Silicon Valley in order to build a great company. We've built great companies, you know, out of Europe. There have been amazing companies come out of Asia, incredible companies come out of all over the world. I do think that there are some benefits to being in specific ecosystems, but those benefits tend to be maybe specific to moments in time. What's been really interesting to watch over the last few weeks is kind of the extent to which Hopin and Zoom and Slack have kind of stepped into the breach and been able to connect founders with mentors. And we have seen, I would say, dozens of companies going, we're building, you know, a matching tool to connect founders with mentors or founders with advisors. You know, Harry Stebbings and lots of others are doing kind of demo day at home and all sorts of kind of pitching competitions. I think in general, before this started happening, investment capital was becoming more mobile. You know, 15 years ago, if you wanted to raise money, you had to go to Silicon Valley, maybe New York, and there might be a handful of people in London. And those investors would typically invest within 50 miles of where they were. Now, you know, Banjo Robinson, who I mentioned earlier, raised money from Collaborative Fund out in New York, and they're a UK business. Kenko, who went through my program in 2018, raised money from NextView in Boston and Max Ventures in New York and others, and they're a Portuguese business. And so capital is starting to move from the US into Europe. We're seeing, you know, Japanese funds like Global Brain and others setting up offices in London and looking at the European market. And so I think there are some benefits to physically being in a space with people, but by the same token, I think people are slowly starting to adapt. I think there's still a bit of a ways to go. You can't engineer the serendipity of a coffee machine just yet, but someone smarter than me will figure that out at some point, and then that's another kind of nail in the coffin of the office, basically.
Put. Now, you've mentioned podcasts a lot, and I have a little podcast, which is actually in German called Future Weekly, where we talk about startup and innovation every week. And we end every week with something we call moonshots and predictions. We say, so this is a moonshot, and this is a prediction. Now, if I were to ask you in your field, what is a moonshot you see, and or what is a prediction you would be happy to make? What would that be? I
mean, a prediction. That's a good question, huh? It is a really, really good question. I mean, I think in terms of predictions, I think the end of the office as we know it is coming in a substantial way, and I've seen some really interesting concepts. I do think there is value in being in a physical space, but maybe you don't have to be there 5 days a week, et cetera, et cetera. So I do think that a lot of kind of the default kind of paradigms that we accepted in terms of going into an office are probably going to disappear. So that's one. And then a moonshot. I mean, I invested a very small amount of money in an asteroid mining company a couple of years ago, and I think that we're getting closer and closer and closer to that type of thing being a reality. You know, we've looked at a couple of companies now that are doing kind of beyond visual line of sight operations for drones. I don't think it's going to be in the next year or two, but certainly in the next 10 or 15 years, I think we'll have you know, autonomous colonies mining asteroids and bringing resources back to this part of the world, which is kind of cool to think about.
Super exciting. Now, if I'd have to summarize the last 28 minutes, I'm actually half Irish, half German, so I like being precise on my numbers being half German. We kind of said very much when you look out and look into new teams, you're looking for real fizzing energy. Do they believe in what they do? You said how important it is to have team, and team, I believe you said. You said again how extremely important it is to just emphasize true passion. However, it's just as important to speak the language. You said, you know what, you need to know your terms. You shouldn't look stupid if you don't know what you're actually talking about. We talked about specific trigger words that can help others assess, do you know what you're doing about? You said you learned a lot from podcasts, learned a lot from the internet. But you said what's even more important is pay forward. If you're in the space, if you know what you're doing, start helping others out. You learn a lot by helping as well. And we also said, you know, it's not about the big pictures, but it's about actually going the next steps. You said how important it is to say, what are you going to do next week? What are you going to do in 6 weeks' times? And I found that really intriguing. And you also said, try and speak in the simple language that others may understand what you're actually talking about. Did I leave anything out?
No, I think that's it. That's an excellent summary. I mean, the last thing that I would say to people is kind of also don't be afraid to ask. The biggest mistake that I've made as a founder, the biggest mistake that I've seen others make as a founder is people assume, oh, if I tell you my idea or if I ask you any questions about my idea, it's so good that you're going to steal it and run away and do it yourself. And everyone has one of those ideas and they're all in their own head thinking it's slightly better than your one. So don't be afraid to ask for help. I think you will be pleasantly surprised at how many people are very, very happy to give it. You know, don't ask for like, oh, let's do 45 minutes for coffee. Like just put something in a tweet that someone can answer like that. And you'd be amazed at how quickly and how many people will do that, because many of us who are investors have been precisely where many of you are now in terms of starting your company and remember what that feels like and actively want to help.
Last super short question, Eamonn. If someone's listening in and going, hey, that dude is actually quite a nice guy, I would love to reach out to him. What's the best channel and what's the best first sentence you want to read that you actually continue on reading the second?
So Twitter is probably the easiest one to find me on. One of the advantages of being called Eamonn Carey is that I have really good SEO, so it's pretty easy to find me. So in terms of the first question or the first sentence to put in, like show me that you've done a tiny bit of research. So if you're a direct-to-consumer company, say, hey, I saw you talked about this with Kenko. Or if you're a Slovenian company, say, hey, I saw that you invested in Noir Foods, whose wine is sitting here behind me. So give me something that shows that you've kind of thought a little bit about who I am and what I can help with, and that research goes a long, long way.
Real pleasure talking to you. Hope to meet you in person one day, sooner or later.
Fingers crossed this edition next year.
Stay safe. All the best. Take care. Thank you very much for joining us.
Take care.
Bye-bye. It's been a pleasure. So we just learned how important it is to talk about team. We understood it's team, and potentially team and team and team. Anyway, a lot of emphasis was given on team. That's why also the next block we're looking at is going to be exactly teams and processes. Don't forget, if you have a question, pop it in the comments, because that's what we want you to do. Now, our next gentleman who's lining up to talk to you and me is the co-founder and CIO of Blub. What he also does is he's quite focused on education. That's a bit cryptic, but we have a beautiful intro video who's going to tell you who Mitja is and what he does. Let's roll the intro. And here he is, live and in person, at least more or less. Welcome to our little stage. Welcome on stage, Mitja of Blub. How are you, Mitja?
Very good, thank you.
Very good. So you'll be sharing some insights with us. We're very excited what you have. And now the stage is yours. Take it away, brother.
Okay. Hello, guys. It's first time for me doing a speech via digital means, and it feels kind of awkward, like this whole COVID situation. I'm Mitja. I'm a co-founder of Blub, also dad of 4 boys. So my COVID-19 situation looks terrible. Actually, younger team members are actually, thinking about not going back to office or going back to office. But for me, there's one simple answer: office is much better, because I also started doing sourdough experiment, which is super nasty, and everyone's doing this, and I started doing it. So I'm really not happy where this is, leading me. Other than that, my talk today is about experimentation, the culture of experimentation that I believe has helped us on our journey. So I believe that early stage founders are very much like young couples in love. They do stupid things. They experiment. You know what I'm talking about. Well, until one day, we are gonna have a startup thingy comes up. So it's something that, yeah, you know, when, you know, I'm trying to make a metaphor or parallel with having a baby, because nobody ever tells you how, you know, how scary it is to have your own company, especially if it's first time. Like if you're a parent for the first time or having a startup company for the first time, that's awful scary. And nobody can prepare you on you know, the risk of premature birth, the complications at foundation, and prolonged design phases. It's like I know for example many Slovenian companies, not sure that's Slovenian, but definitely I noticed many companies who have been prolonging their design and engineering phase, you know, staying in the garage for a very, very long time, not showing it to anyone. And after the thing was born, it was like, you know, it was in there for too long. Once the MVP is born, it's like this, you know, it's not like children in the magazine. It's usually ugly and early, and yeah, it's can't walk, can't talk, it doesn't bring money, and it costs a lot of time and a lot of money. So I have, now that I went through my own journey of this, I have big respect for people who have startups and have just started. It's yeah, so many coincidences need to be just right, that things come out, you know, in a good way. In our case, the app was born. So we are an early education company. We offer speech boosting activities for small kids, 2 to 4 year olds, and our app is called Speech Blubs. So when it was born, the idea was to record kids who show words, who show sentences, who show sounds, who sing, and then the user imitate that model. So for example, this little girl would teach the user the word ice cream by saying the word ice cream, and then the child would get an ice cream on their hat, play with it. And then we would show different videos about ice cream, funny videos. So that's what we did. During the whole journey, and the core idea of our app is that imitation is key. So, you know, we learn by imitating others, especially kids. Of course, they learn all they know by imitating their brothers, sisters, their mothers, their, you know, the way they smile, the way they talk, the way they everything. And I believe that it's very similar when it comes to startups. So imitation truly is key, and imitation in many ways. So when you're doing something for the first time, like creating a company, creating products was not the first time for us, but still we were, you know, creating a product in a niche for kids, and this was for all co-founders basically for the first time. So we were thinking about, you know, imitating many things. You know, we checked many other things and tried what it works in our case. So, for example, we imitated the fact that many popular apps for kids have I don't know, fun videos that kids love, popular face filter apps like Snapchat and Instagram, things like that. So we try to imitate bits and pieces of companies that were not even in our niche, not even in our industry. Then yeah, imitate real life habits. This is like, especially in products, you know, your product needs to be very close to what people already do. And I think it's a very important lesson. In our case, for example, it was, you know, kids love to play with other kids and facing other kids. So this is the core idea of our product as well. Imitate successful founders. We were fortunate enough to know successful founders, to know people who did amazing companies, amazing startups, amazing teams. And yeah, we learned a lot from them from the very start. Basically, a couple of them believed in us, yeah, even before we started. And imitate your teammates. In our case, it was, at the beginning, we were 4 co-founders, and we were very different from each other. And I believe we learned a lot from each other. But don't just imitate, you know, once you're on this imitating wagon, you can go astray. For example, we noticed that many kids apps are horizontal. So kids, you know, have an iPad or iPhone in their hands like this. So the first prototype in our app was actually horizontal. But the idea was to use the camera. So we would use face filters. So we asked, this was basically a producer or a product manager at one popular kids app, and we showed her the very early prototype. It was like, you know, paper prototype. And she just said, this is not going to work, because when the child will hold the device, they will grab the camera and there will be no face filters in your app. So we turned it around, of course, and now it works. One other experiment, this is very popular in startup literature. So when we started, we got an advice that sell your product before it's even made. And that felt awkward. That felt really, really awkward. Don't probably won't go to the details right now, but the fact is that we still owe 30 euros to not sure who. So if anyone is listening now and we owe them $10 or $20, yeah, please contact me, because it was one sell we did. It was in Podim conference, actually, on a party. We didn't have an app, and we persuaded a guy there that it will be awesome and that it will be out in 6 months. And he gave us $20, 20 euros actually. And then there was a mommy, that's my co-founder, sold an app that didn't exist yet, and we still have $10 actually framed in the company, on the company wall. Still searching for her because we lost the contacts actually. So this is basically the mistake in our very typical early stage experiment. What's next? Big companies do trade shows. So we were thinking, you know, if you have a company, you have to go to trade shows. You know, none of us was a speech therapist or something, but yeah, we wanted to see those speech therapists in big numbers. So let's do that. First, we went to Dublin. Imagine 4 guys and 1,500 middle-aged ladies. And we were selling our product before it was made in English language. And we got ton of feedback. It was awkward. It was really awkward, out of comfort zone, but it was one of the most valuable experiments. It felt kind of like, you know, being in war together with co-founders. Like, you know, after experience like that, you kind of like each other more. Yeah, we had big stickers. We did many stupid mistakes, but still learned a lot from these experiments. Then we went to another trade show with another product. Our product was already on the market. It was an app for parents and children. But we decided to go to LA, to the biggest show ever with speech therapists, to sell a B2B product. It was like some kind of online tool for working as a speech therapist. So what we learned there is first day we were selling the product. I think it was for $500 per month, and we didn't sell anything. The second day we dropped the price for I think it was for $100 the second day, and nothing. And the third day we were collecting emails instead of getting people to pay for the product. So we definitely learned something about the value of that product, but we also learned later on. We learned that this was the wrong trade show. So it wasn't a trade show where people who buy software are, but these are just the users. So sometimes the one who buys is not the one who. But we would never learn that if we weren't there. Another thing we learned there was something about our face filters, face filter software. So there were, ladies trying, like you have we would have a word ears, and you have green ears there, and we would have deer, and you would get like those things on your head, and then you have white and you become the bride. And then there was a lady and her face filter didn't work. I think our CTO said it's too bright in the room, and that we didn't test it with such brightness. But the fact was that it was the color of the skin, and we were basically already then selling on the US market, and this was a problem we learned. Another one, a good lesson is to experiment early in the design phase, because later on it can be too late, or you can do nothing about it. So put each and every feature into your user's hands would be my lesson here. We have face filters, so this is how it should look, and this is how the photos kids do look when they when parents use the app with their children. Looks really nice, we are really creative with this head props. But once we searched Pinterest for the app name, and we saw that there's like many pictures of ceiling out there, and that's just because kids' hands are just too small and they cannot fixate the screen, the mirror screen on their face. So this was quite funny, but we still haven't solved it. So our face filters work when parents are handling it, not when kids have them in their hands. There's no free lunch and there's no free fail. I'm trying to use this memes here to make things more fun for me, because I have no idea what the feedback from the audience is. So there's no free fail. Every fail you made as a company, as a team, it costs time, and time is precious, especially if your runway is short. It costs money, of course. Nothing is free when you're having a startup. It costs confidence, if you fail too often, if you fail after fail after fail, A/B test after A/B test, this can cost confidence. So it's really good that you before a big fail, you talk a lot with people who know a lot, and be really honest with accepting that feedback. Team spirit is at risk as well. Next minute. I actually think that every startuppers should experiment a lot with many things. When companies grow bigger, not sure why this is, but big companies lose their innovation potential, and that's why they buy startups, because they cannot make them in-house. So I believe that in a startup, you need to experiment with design. You need to experiment with code. Many times it wasn't. I see many times in startups, especially tech startups, that like product managers are the ones in charge of the experiments, or designers are the ones running them, and then engineers are just there writing the code. I think in our case, many times it was engineers who showed the way with the code and different experiments just on the code level. This is the last slide. So experiment with strategy, experiment with team structure, experiment with business model, sales tactics, growth tactics, and experiment yourself. As a founder, there's time when better people than you can do your job, and that's something you need to experiment as well. So that would be my talk. Thank you for all the feedback in the audience. I think it's 20 minutes, the way it should be.
So,
are there any questions from the audience?
We are back. So let's see if we have any questions from the audience. Sorry, we're just taking care of some backstage issues. Let's see if Carmen has some questions there while we're getting Martin set up. So we're on it. While we're at it, just out of interest, what's the biggest misconception people have about your job and what you do?
Biggest misconception about my job personally, or about the job in general, like our company's job?
About your job.
Well, it's actually, you know, I've been a UX designer for 10 years, and my biggest trouble is how to explain this to my kids. That's one problem. I just say that, you know, I make apps, and then people think I know a lot about technology and stuff, but I don't. That's one of the typical misconceptions.
How do you explain, for example, your grandparents or your more extended family what your company does? Because I mean, obviously, I don't know, I see very often in my industry that a lot of people have difficulties explaining it to the outside world.
Yeah, it's hard to explain, definitely. For my grandparents, I don't even try explaining. They think I do something with computers. With my parents, I just bought my dad an iPad and installed an app so he can play with it. Pretty sure he has you know, it's not easy to imagine, especially if you're not like, you know, if you are not super technologically savvy, how is it possible that, you know, some people in Slovenia are helping kids from around the world? You know, just like yesterday we had, no, 2 or 3 days ago, we had a call, Instagram live with a mommy from Nigeria, whose daughter we learned to speak, you know, and we are here in Slovenia. In our app, we have kids from the States. It's super, you know, like, how do I explain this to my parents? I have no idea, actually.
That's an honest answer as well.
It's a new world, you know.
It is. And I mean, the interesting thing is, I've been interviewing people from all over the world in the last couple of weeks. I normally would not be interviewing because normally we'd have to travel to all sorts of places. And what I found interesting is, and we'd also talked with Eamonn about that early on, was saying that location isn't as important nowadays as it used to be, just due to our restrictions. Are you noticing that as well then?
Well, in the company, we never really, you know, were fans of remote work. We think that there's something like, my co-founder usually says, osmosis, like, you know, that happens when people are in the same place. And I truly believe this is so. But now we are I think we're more open to remote work, and we're not sure how are we gonna, you know, it's been like 2 months and a half or 2 months since we are remote, and everything went well. And yeah, it's, you know, the habit sticks, you know, after a month of doing something, new habit start to work in you. So I think we will have a different way of thinking about how we do our work.
I found it interesting the way you pointed out early on what you said, as a father of 4 boys. Home office is not always the easiest, if I got you right on that. How's that been going?
Well, sometimes I lock the doors. Sometimes it's not easy. It's not easy. But at the same time, you know, I'm not commuting every day. So we have lunch together. You know, we are, you know, more connected as a family than before, definitely. And it's been good. But still, you know, I started to really appreciate what people in kindergartens and schools are giving to the next generation. I know sometimes we're very critical to school systems and everything, but they kick ass. They do a good job.
It's a hard world, isn't it? I mean, there's a lot of crazy things I would be happy to do, but I would not want to be a kindergarten teacher. It would scare the living daylights out of me. Now, is that maybe something we can agree on, that like the kindergarten industry is something that's probably not going to be disrupted too soon by technology?
Yeah, it's a tough question, because many times devices and cartoons are babysitting kids, so I think in many ways, in the afternoons, parents are not hiring nannies, but they just turn on the TV, and I think that's a topic, that's a big problem. So yeah, I believe that good nannies will always have a job.
That sounds like a very clear statement. Now, I have the habit of, today at least, I'm trying to form this habit, and also my podcasts have the same thing, that I always ask people at the end, if you'd have to make one moonshot and one prediction, what would it be? Would you be willing to kind of look in the future and say, hey, in an ideal world, this is something I would like for my industry, and on the other side, I predict this is what's going to happen in my industry?
Do I have to put numbers to it or something?
No, only if you feel free to do it and share it with your best 5,000 friends, or however many are listening.
Well, I'm sure that as a society, in a couple of years, we will learn to use devices especially when it comes to kids, with a bigger responsibility. That's not a moonshot as you requested, but I think more people will be talking about education via screens. Education, online education, also for a very early age, and I think Corona has boosted that actually. Even all teachers now have to do Zooms with their kids, and I think they realize that technology is a friend, not a foe. And yeah, I think there will be much more of it in the future.
And if you'd have to make like a super crazy moonshot where you say, hey, if I could change something in the world, this is what I really want to happen. I know it's kind of a question where people would have to think for quite a while, but if there's something at the tip of your tongue where you say, hey, this is something.
I think the world will go into the right direction. There's, everything is okay. We just need to maybe wait for a couple of months and see how things will turn out, and do something by ourselves, and that's it. We don't need to be, in a hysteria. Everything is wrong with this world. Just,
So, in a way, your moonshot is saying, "Hey, don't worry, we've got this. It'll be fine, right?"
Yeah,
that's fantastic. I'm just seeing there is a question that's happening. That someone says, what experiments is your company launching this month?
This month, we are experimenting with pricing. We are experimenting with paywalls. We are experimenting with showing the value kids get to the parents, things like that.
Okay, and there's another question that's just popped in. Some of them getting very active, like at the end, it's a bit of a funny development. Within Blub, how many people work in product development versus in marketing and support? And the person wants to know that in percent.
In percent. So I would say that we have more than half of people working on marketing, growth, and things like that. More than half of people, so I would say 60%. And others are more on the product side.
Okay, so it's kind of 50-50, I take it.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay. Thank you very much. Then, let's see if there's any other questions in 3, 2, 1.5. One, and I have one last question. What's going to be the next big step your company is going to take? What's something you can share as a next big future step?
Yeah, we are creating another app, but it's for kids as well. So not allowed to say anything more.
Okay. I wouldn't want to ask you, when is it going to go live?
Summer.
Okay, that's quite good. So we'll keep an eye on the space. That's a good thing. And then we'll be very excited to see what's going to come within the next weeks. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you very much. Stay safe, and happy to meet you in person sometime soon when all of this is over. Thank you so much. Stay safe, and goodbye. Now, that was our next talk. Quite an interesting setup as well. And now it's time to move on to our next big picture talk. Now, again, the idea of the big picture talk is to talk a little bit in depth, to talk about ideas and insights we normally wouldn't be sharing. And this is exactly what we'd like to do with our next speaker. Now, just to kind of read his bio, it says he's the managing director of the Science Park Graz and general manager of the ISA BIC Austria. I don't know what an ISA BIC is, but he probably will be telling us about it. Actually, I do know it, but he'll be telling you what it is. Actually, just to kind of pop that little line, ISA is a European Space Agency. How cool is that? So this gentleman doesn't just talk about rocket science, he actually does rocket science. That's quite cool. And by the way, we were talking about the European Union and how things can be done together if we do things shoulder to shoulder. For some, it's a moonshot. For others, it's a bit of reality. His name is Martin Mössler, and we have a beautiful intro also lined up for him. And there he is, live and in color from Science Park Graz, right into your beautiful little screen. Martin, how are you?
I'm really well. Pleasure seeing and hearing you, Daniel. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being with us. Now, I said early on, I didn't want to take that bombshell away, that you're from ISA BIC. What's an ISA BIC?
Well, the ISA business incubation structure is actually, very few people know this, but it's the biggest startup support program within the European Union, developing at the moment a bit more than 250 startups a year, all of them based on high tech in general and on space technology related topics in particular. So it's most of the time, it's as cool as you kind of mentioned in your introduction. The space agency basically tries to bring space-related innovations. We need to be aware that a hell of a lot of stuff that surrounds us. It starts with photovoltaic cells, hydrogen cells, battery-driven drills, continues with water filters, small vacuum cleaners were developed for space. All this was developed originally for space applications. The photovoltaic cell in order to power satellites, hydrogen cell to power the space station, many other things. So this list could go on. And what ESA tries is to trickle down these technologies into our daily lives, to enrich our daily lives.
Now that sounds really cool. And interestingly, you said that this is actually the biggest startup support program in the European Union. But you also said, interestingly, a lot of people don't know about this. So it's so cool what you guys do. How come most of us don't know of this?
Because we haven't been invited to this lovely Podim often enough yet. We haven't participated in the, this is all going to change with Podim having gone digital. Will kind of spread the news within the next years. No, the point is, those who are good at something, technical, something strategic, very often are not too good at selling it. And the space agency is year by year, the European Space Agency is year by year getting better at selling its activities. It's part of my job to change the perception towards a common knowledge of how grateful we can be for in relation to space technology, and how grateful we can be as a startup community for this program, which is basically spreading over 20 countries and in over 20 locations, one of them being Graz, Austria, as well as in Lower Austria, the Accent Gründerzentrum. And we are basically also pushing together with partners towards the Southeastern European region. This includes Croatia and other countries as well. So we are on a good path to hopefully change the perception towards the better, or in terms of get the knowledge into the people's brains.
Now, first of all, you just said that you've also produced, amongst many other things, a small vacuum cleaner for space.
No, not us. This basically these small vacuum cleaners, which are actually, which in the 2000s everybody had at their dinner tables in order to clean stuff. I never had one. My family didn't like it so much either. But these small cleaners, these small vacuum cleaners, were actually a space-related technology. Not a big deal, but in order to get rid of small stuff in the space station, one needed a small vacuum cleaner. The same applies to the battery-driven drill, because since there is no wall sockets on the space station and a lot of nuts and bolts to tighten, a lot of washers to move. The Black & Decker was entitled to develop a solution, and it came up with this.
I'm loving that. I mean,
which
just kind of
you can get in every do-it-yourself shop now. Yeah, and something very similar, by the way, is with the photovoltaic cell. Originally, a square centimeter cost about $200,000, and now you can buy it and put it on the roof of your house, and it's basically within 8 to 10 years, it's a business.
My inner 12-year-old is still having that picture of an astronaut gliding through the European Space Station with a small vacuum cleaner in front of him or her, and just kind of vacuuming stuff.
The beautiful thing, Daniel, is you can feel like an astronaut. You just need to go and get yourself such a drill or a vacuum cleaner, and you just close your eyes and you can feel like an astronaut.
So if I vacuum my home, I can feel like an astronaut at least once.
Yeah.
Well, that's special. Well, but I'm liking that. So that's innovation made from within. Okay, I'm liking that a lot. Now, all jokes aside, I find there's like a huge operation going on, and also to put it into context, you guys and girls are not just looking for space tech or anything, but you're looking for anything that can make your lives easier. This could be from A to Z, right?
Basically, there's two ways. It can be technologies which can make a difference for astronauts themselves. That's one option. So we are also looking for spin-ins. Whatever helps the exploration of space advance is something which ESA supports. But it's a two-way road. It can also be space technologies brought down to Earth, such as I explained in relation to the PV cell, etc. Yeah, we just had a bit of a camera problem. I was told to. I hope you see me better now. I'm supposed to look somewhere else. Is this
You're looking right
at
the camera, and that's exactly the way it should be done. It seems then that we're talking to each other. That's one of the things of the brave new world we have to encounter. But we're getting there.
I was told that I shouldn't look into the camera first, but I'm now gonna. I love you, Daniel.
That's remote bromance right over the camera. That's fantastic. Now that we've established that already, that was quick. It took us 8 minutes to establish that.
Yeah,
so
it's the
first for me.
Yeah, it's the international charm which is uniting us. So yeah, basically what it can be a spin in as well as a spin out opportunity. And by the way, I need to say that ESA Big Austria is not the only operation which we are working on. We also are part of the pretty cool A+B structure, which more or less is spread all over Austria. Which is developing classic high-tech startups. And yeah.
How do you spread your time on these two projects?
It basically, it matches pretty well because one enriches the other. So I'm just working as hard as I can on both of them, and that until now worked out pretty well.
Now, tell me, obviously we'll have a lot of founders listening in and they're going, okay, so I understand, okay, there's a big project. What are things that excite you? What is it you look for in founders to take the next step?
One last thing before I start on this important but tough question. How can I manage both basically ESA and the other high-tech startup support structure? Well, it's related to also a great team. There's a great within the ESA team. There's incredible people as well as within the A+B high-tech team. I couldn't do this alone. And so the credit goes to all of them. Something similar applies to, now answering your question, when I look at startups or when I talk to startups, of course, what is important is that the solution or the idea in one way or another addresses a problem, and the problem has a market. I've had lovely interactions with startups, and I've also developed, we've been developing quite a lot of startups in the last years. So I've developed startups where I thought that there was a market, and the solution was very, very appealing. And we ended up kind of looking at each other and saying, okay, I think we need to shut this down because we addressed something which seems to be a problem, but we can't find anyone to buy the solution. So this is, problem, solution, market. Yes. Is it protectable? This is all classic, almost investors incubation talk. But the real stuff, and that's why I appreciate talking to you, online, on air as well as off air, Daniel, is you want to go for the real stuff. You don't want to, everybody can tell you solution, problem, markets, things. This is not, this doesn't take a genius. But what really matters is more or less the energy which you perceive when talking to an entrepreneur, because it takes much more than a bit of intellect and some smart business planning. It takes an incredible energy which needs to keep you going even when the going gets tough. And actually, when I feel this, and even though maybe the solution sometimes or the topic addressed may be not that appealing, I'd rather go for a powerful team with good energy and an average business plan and structure than the opposite. Smart, incredibly, like Mike Tyson said, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face.
That's nicely said. And it goes in line with some of the other speakers also said early on. They said, look, we need to feel energy. Now, I'm assuming then again, that some of the people probably, and we've got the first audience question coming in, which we'll address in 1 second. I'm assuming that some founders are looking at the screen going, how do I let you feel my energy when I'm writing you an email, when I reach out to you the first time? How can they do that?
I think we tend to, what I can judge. I can only judge about my own energies. I can't tell what others do in order to, to impress me or whoever. I can only judge about myself when I'm kind of so determined and driven that I'm almost, I'm almost exploding. I tend to have a rather, my creative. It's about it's a feeling of creativity within within your opposite player. And I think one should not, being determined is one thing, but one should be a combination of relaxed and focused. That's what creates good energy. One shouldn't be overly overstressed, a bit similar to, probably slightly similar to a date-like situation. Don't talk too much about yourself all the time. Listen as well, and that creates a situation where people feel comfortable, and then they probably get a feeling of good energy. It's very hard. This is probably the one of the most. This is much tougher than deep or high tech to answer. But yeah, I think it's it's about the creativity within our minds and brains which creates a feeling of having a partner next to you, which with whom to work would be a pleasure. And because in the end, a customer needs to have have a partner who makes him or her feel good, and an incubator as well. So this is all about relationships in the end.
Makes perfect sense. Now we have a first audience question, and Olga would like to know, what if the startup grows faster than the founders? I think it's a lovely question. How do you handle that when one of your startups grows faster than the actual founders that are involved?
Well, one option is you need to look whether you can kind of catch up. If you can't, you need to exit fast. If you can catch up and keep it going for a while, you need to decide whether you want to kind of go into follow-up innovations or want to sell it at with a strategic planning. But if you can't catch up, you need to try to get off board rather fast. Otherwise, you will lose money and time. And it's about. It's a bit like when you sail, you need to see a bit before the boat capsizes. You need to be a few seconds ahead with your planning. But in general, the question is not just a very good one, but it's a very common one, because it doesn't have to be a startup. You get into a relationship, you get into a job, stuff starts easy, and then it gets intense. This is normal. One shouldn't make too much a fuss about being challenged by growth. It's sometimes the right strategy is to take a few hours off, and it's mostly a question of being overworked rather than not being able to follow pace. People, we have a tendency to you can catch up by running fast for quite a while, but there is a moment when running doesn't cut it anymore, and you need to get on a bike, on a motorcycle, on a plane, on whatever, to keep the pace. So it's not, there is a moment when working hard is not enough, when you need to have a team, and when you need to kind of step by step go into a more strategic role. And this is actually much harder than creating a company is keeping it, right? I mean, founding something is hard, but you basically need to refound it on a pretty regular basis by pivoting, by changing course, and by staying on top of the game.
Now, tell me, now maybe a different angle of this whole conversation is why should startups apply to ESA?
Basically, why should startups apply to ESA Big Austria? I can only talk about my organization, as well as to Science Park. By the way, it's two really smart incubators, which are transcending the region already. Basically, why should they apply? I think I would give the same answer as I already indicated, the quality of the team. I try to be a good leader within my organization, but what is really key is that every team member has been very carefully selected to be incredibly good at the particular position. And we have a really large set of specialists within the European Space Agency. If we kind of are not capable of answering questions or of supporting in certain areas, there's a few thousand players within the agency which we can approach. We have a set of about 300 to 400 university teachers within Austria and beyond, whom we can ask for support, business and technology-wise. So basically, it's similar to a startup ecosystem. Our ecosystem is pretty alive, and that probably is something which makes us unique. And of course, we try to have the same energy and spirit as we request or try to see within our startups. We try to have that, or we have it. There's no doubt. I'm doing my best to have it, but what I can for sure tell you is that the team has it.
Thank you. Now there's another question coming up from Alenka, and Alenka would like to know, do you organize the presentation of ESA Big on the location in Graz? Is it possible to see as a visitor on which project you are currently working on?
Oh yes, you're most welcome to come and visit us. Just give us a call, shoot us a message, and we'll be making that possible within a rather short period of time.
What's the best way of reaching out to you, Martin?
You can just send me an email or give me a ring. Both is fine. And
that's probably easily to be found if you're Googled or on LinkedIn, probably.
Yeah, sciencepark.at is or you can go for Mosler@sciencepark.at.
That makes it easy, yes, because it's always nice to kind of know that as well. Tell me, I mean, obviously now in the last 2 months, the whole world has been, well, it changed quite dramatically. And I think there's been some challenges, some for the better, some for the worse. How has that impacted your work, and how has it also impacted the projects you're working on?
Basically, I was stunned how fast and how quickly the startups adopted to the new situation. The startups we're working with adopted to the new situation. We, like everybody, we moved into a remote work mode rather fast. Was more of a social dimension. The challenge was rather a social one than a efficiency was high. We've been working. Everybody was working really hard. Not for a second did I worry whether someone was watching the telly rather than this. I'm not the type of guy who's worried too much about things like that. But I mean, I really had to tell team members not to work as hard as they did, because I was worried that they might overdo it. So basically, I think to get to your question, because let's stick to the point. I think startups did better than the general economy. I also think that startups, by being more agile and faster in their reactions, they kind of have a serious and competitive advantage compared to others. If this answers your question, Daniel. Yeah.
It does, and I'd be interested if you have the feeling that this whole crisis has also opened up speeds and or markets in a different way than you would have assumed before.
Well, there's something funny. Developments kind of happen within stages. I don't know why we don't manage to have a constant incremental development. Somehow we don't manage. We need critical situations in order to empower us to change things. It's probably a certain resistance to change, which we all have, right? I mean, we like the stuff we know, and we're kind of a bit not always intrigued by the unknown, but actually that's where the future is, right? And so yeah, look at Podim. It has been an amazing event in the past, and it became an even better event by going virtual. The digitalization of Podim is a serious masterpiece within the community, and Urban and Matej deserve a hell of a lot of credit for that. I hope they are listening, because it's always good to have friends a bit south. No, it's what I say is true. By the way, they have the best moderator on the planet. You know the guy, Daniel Cronin?
Thank you so much for those kind words as well. Thank you so much.
Basically, what was the question?
I was curious to see if you had the feeling that this crisis changed a lot of the industries you've been looking at, and the speed and the adoption, or maybe also making change possible. It wasn't possible before.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy I partially answered it since I seem to have forgotten. So I beg your pardon. Well, we'll see. It will also drive a lot of industries into serious bankruptcy. Look at the airline industry. This is serious stuff. We're looking at a lost decade after 9/11. Pilots and airliners were talking about the so-called lost 9/11 decade. For more or less 10 years, this was not going well, this industry. And 9/11 actually was a shorter period than the one which we went through right now. You know, this was seriously shorter. It was just basically 2 weeks of one serious week of non-flying, 2 weeks of total non-flying, and now we are looking at more than 2 months. So we are looking at industries which are clearly more or less shattered to pieces, and there is, you know, I think the classic areas, education will get a stronger. We'll get some stronger sentiment within parents, within teachers. Will have a different, you know, it's not an industry, a classic startup related industry, but this is an area where startups will be able to make business, you know, remote learning, etc. I think that this is a bit far-fetched, but the future of aviation is strongly personal, also due to the current situation. So there was projections of 300 billion euros turnover within the personal aviation sector, you know, especially manned drones. I'm pretty certain that this is going to be accelerated. There was the projection, as I said, 300 billion turnover until 2030. This is going to go faster, for sure. And yeah, digitalization in general is going to be accelerated like hell, and the you know, activities such as Starlink bringing internet through space will also be critically important in the future, because we will not forget the situation where everybody sat at home and needed a powerful connection, right? So
now maybe I have one more question, kind of. I like asking this question, or at least today. I'm quite curious to say, if you'd have to make a moonshot and or a prediction of your industry or the industries you're in, how they're going to change or form. If you'd have to formulate a moonshot or prediction, what would it be you think is going to happen in the future?
Well, I think this is now hard, but it's a bit of a moonshot to say that personal aviation, even without a license, is gonna be the mobility of the future. I think that mobility, because we've seen how heavy it impacts on us when we are kind of more or less bound to stay at home. You know, we were never properly locked up because we could always move. Different to France, where we were only allowed to move for 200 meters. I think mobility, although there is some kind of you know, malgout associated slightly, but mobility is going to be more important, especially the air-based structures, small air-based, you know, manned or unmanned mobility is going to be key. I think that data compression will be key, especially when it comes to satellite and remote sensing data. We will be also looking at social innovations, because we've learned a lot. We've learned how important the social interaction is. Even people who are rather maverick characters realize that they miss their friends, you know, because, and in terms of moonshot, I think we will be moving into cleaner energy, maybe with some fusion-based structures. We'll see. We will be going into much more efficient batteries, and this will be enabling air as well as wheel-based mobility. I think this is going to be starting in 2025, and will kind of more or less not peak, because this is a long, you know, the point is the future moonshot, going for a moonshot involves more or less looking at the presence, because you know when the first online presentation took place, Daniel?
Indeed, I don't.
It was in 1968, in December 1969. So 51 years ago. Douglas Engelbart, Stanford lab. He was seen as crazy. He invented the mouse, the computer mouse, the graphic interface, which is basically still the most critical part and the genius strike why computers are really usable for us as normal human beings, right? This was the birth. The graphic interface was the birth. It was accelerated by Apple and then kind of taken over, let's call it like that, by others. But Douglas Engelbart did the first fully online. He, by the way, also invented the hyperlink. We don't know about him. It took us 50 years. That's the point I want to make. It took us full 50 years until we kind of got stuff like Podim online, yeah, properly. So there is a serious chance that we don't need to look for a moonshot, but we just look at we need to look at what's there, kind of think it through, and make something out of it. Because, as I said, 51 years, what a hell of a time, right? I mean, this was the year when people first touched down on the moon. 50 years.
It's amazing, isn't it, to think of it? It's 50 years ago. For some, it was a small step. For others, it was a huge step. Anyway, it was fun talking to you. Our time is up. We have 30 seconds left to come to a conclusion. And it was really interesting talking to you. And I think we've been able to show that there's so much out there to be changed. We also understood that both Science Park Graz and obviously also the European Space Agency, specifically also in Austria, has a lot to offer for entrepreneurs who really want to make a difference out there. They should just come up to you, Martin, and your team, and just apply. And there's so much to be done. And of course, we also understood it doesn't necessarily have to be rockets and space shuttles. It could be as much as a vacuum cleaner that could make all the difference in space. Something I was not aware of. So you've changed my perception of vacuum cleaning forever. The next time I vacuum clean, I shall feel like an astronaut. Thank you so much for making that possible. Martin, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much, and stay safe. See you soon.
Thank you so much, Daniel.
And bye-bye. And we're moving on now to our next challenge topic. And obviously this afternoon, we started talking about pivoting and go-to-market strategy. Then we moved on to talk about teams and processes. And now we're approaching the topic of fundraising. Now, this is where it gets really interesting because, yeah, you know, everyone likes a good old fundraising. And for this, we've shared no costs. We decided, let's get someone who really knows what he's talking about. He's from a Y Combinator-backed startup called SketchDeck. He's actually the CTO there. And he's also an expert in anything UX and graphics and whatnot. He's actually also made a very special effort in preparing. I was able to observe the way he took cautious steps to make this whole setting good. First a different jacket. Now you have the very much fitting jacket. His name's David Mack. I saw you doing that, brother. I was observing you with one eye. I saw you. Now I've got him laughing. And we have an intro that's going to change and end this awkward moment of me talking about David's outfit. Let's roll the intro. And here he is, without any further ado, David Mack. The stage is yours. Hello, David.
Hi, thank you so much. I also changed my jacket because it starts snowing here in the California mountains, and it is quite unexpectedly chilly.
Well, I thought it was preparing kind of to see getting the right color setting and whatnot. Okay, that's trivial. Sometimes we kind of interpret more to something than actually is. Anyway, David. Stage is yours. Enjoy, and we'll be speaking once you're done.
Well, I was given the really fun title, Pimp My Slides. And it's, as you kind of said, a really good time to focus on this because so much of fundraising has moved digital, fully online. And now our slides are taking center stage, often sort of going before people or, being the center of a Zoom call. So a quick bit about me. I'm Dave Mack. I'm co-founder of SketchDeck, a graphic design company backed by Y Combinator. I have taken many roles at the company, as is typical for a startup. I've been CTO, head of product, head of marketing, I also head up our content division. So we work with a lot of entrepreneurs on their pitches, and you'll see a whole bunch of that work coming into this presentation. So a little bit about SketchTech. We are great design on demand. So we are a way for you to, with a few clicks in a few minutes, get a veteran design team working on your materials. We typically work on fundraising pitches, presentations, as well as the whole gamut of marketing materials like case studies, documents, ebooks, etc. Anyway, today I'm going to talk about this. How do you make an excellent slide? So as I said, most of these days, like your digital design is representing you. It is the thing that is going before you to meetings. It's the thing being emailed around. It might be the kind of the only thing that people are interacting with because you're not getting to physically meet them in coffee shops, in boardrooms, etc. And I'm going to look at two sides of this. So a great slide is two things together. It is great content and it is great design. And I work a lot with our clients on making these two things play together. If you don't have great content, if your content is verbose or problematic or hard to understand, the world's best designer is going to not be able to make this slide as good as it could be. And then on the side of great design, once you have the content in a really good state, that sets you up for success, and it's great design that's going to make this easy for people to digest, understand, remember. It's the great design that's going to make it shine, and it's also going to make you professional, and it's going to carry your brand ahead for you. So let's first talk about great content. This is a presentation of two halves. I want to go through, how do you improve content? What are the important points? What are some tactics you can do to do this? So here is something I see a lot of. As I said, I work a lot with entrepreneurs, businesses, leaders on their presentations. And I'm working at the early point, which is to help them with their content. And I think everyone probably has seen these sort of slides. It's dense, it's technical. This title doesn't say anything useful. It's hard to understand. It's hard to know what to take away from this slide. And everyone, is probably just kind of staring at this and trying to pull it apart. As a speaker right now, this slide is not helping me. So we're going to take through a few steps of how do we improve this and what can we learn through that process. So the first thing to remember, the kind of key to this, is there's only so much you can say in one slide. The slide deck is a really interesting format because, kind of like Twitter, it is defined by its limitations. Whereas, say, a Word document is continuous and scrolling, each slide is one single screen, and you can only say so much in one slide. So for each slide, you have to decide what is the one thing that you really need to say, and then you have to say that well. And this can be really hard for us because whatever we're trying to communicate, we have a lot of information in our heads and we think it's really important. And there's so much background and nuance that we know, and cutting that out of our slides is kind of scary. And you know that you're never going to say the whole thing. And the audience side of this, the recipient side of this, is that there's only so much that you can take in, in a one slide in one sitting, and that for people take away by saying less, people in a sense take away more. So let's go through and kind of debug this slide and learn from it. So here is our crazy, really hard to digest slide. First of all, titles are the place to start thinking about, what is the one thing we're trying to say? And once we figure that out, then let's actually say that. So if you kind of really digest the slide, you figure out that is the important thing. It was hidden down in the left-hand corner. And this is not a real slide, but this is really typical of kind of what I work with and see all the time. So now we're saying, we save your employees 4 hours a week. We're now truly saying some sort of message at the top. And then we have the rest of this. And by digging into this, by really thinking like, what does this all mean? And what, you know, for a customer, for a client, for an investor, like what is this in their terms? Well, here's what the system's actually doing. Like, we're talking about a system that automates an application, and it was just buried in technical jargon. So we've pulled out the main content from this. The design is still horrible, but suddenly we now have content that a designer can work with, that is understandable, that is succinct. This slide now makes one single point. And this is the process that really you need to go through if you want to make like excellent slides, like world-class presentations. So here are just a few more tips for developing your content. And these are kind of tactics that I often get our clients to do as homework. So the first one is, it's a really interesting psychological trick. So you take your slide, you show it for say 20 seconds to someone that hasn't seen it before. This could be someone in your house. This could be a family member. This could be someone over Zoom. So you briefly show it, have them kind of digest it in silence, and then you ask them to repeat it back to you and tell you what did they remember. And knowing what they remembered shows like what the important parts were, and also demonstrates if they can't remember anything, then your slide was not understandable. Then another kind of variation on this tactic is to get someone to rephrase your slide back to you. So if someone looks at something and simply has to verbalize it, it has to go all the way in through their eyes, through their understanding, and then back out. And this can be really amazing. Like, I've done this as value proposition work with people where we get like completely new takes on how to express their business by simply asking people who are not familiar with it to explain it in their own terms. The next kind of tip here is, if you have, say, a pitch deck or a customer explainer deck that you go through and you find that there's a particular slide that you struggle with, or maybe you kind of skip past it, or you kind of sort of hand wave it a bit and move on, this is a sign that that slide is not serving you and it's not fitting into this pitch, and that you should rework this slide. Surprisingly, I work with a lot of people, and in their decks are like, yeah, this slide's been there forever, and we kind of like skip over that one. And it's like a clear red flag that you should work on that slide. And then the next thing, just reiterating the same points I made before, is one major point per slide. You can add a bit more detail around it, but you want to be making one like major, this is what I want my audience to understand, this is what I want people to take away, and this is what I want the design to reinforce. Okay, so we've talked a bit about great content, and that was very brief, but great content really is the foundation to any slide, and your designer will absolutely thank you and love you if you get the content nailed. Like I'm working in the content half of our projects, and our design team are pretty thrilled once we get the content into a better form. So let's talk a bit about great design and how do you make great design slides. And this is quite a fun section because we're going to do a lot of befores and afters to illustrate these different points. So what is great design? The goal of design is to make your content easy to digest. This is a really important point I'm going to dwell on for a minute, because it took me a while to kind of learn this when I was first moving into the design industry. It's very easy to get carried away trying to make things look really good, look great. And it's easy to actually compromise on making your content easy to digest in the name of design. So let's kind of think through this in a little more detail. The goal of design is to make your content easy to digest. What does easy to digest mean? Your content should be easy to read. If there is text that people cannot read, then that that's failure. That is not serving you. That is not a successful design. If there's text that people cannot read, that text has no purpose in life. Next up, it should be easy to understand. If your slides are hard for people to look at and then understand in their heads what the slides mean, then again, the slide, your illustration, your content is failing in its purpose. Its purpose is to end up as an idea in someone's head. And then once you've achieved easy to read, so people can take it in, easy to understand, so people can then take it in and figure out what it means. The final thing is easy to remember. So it's great that someone has understood your slide, but you want them to take this knowledge with them forwards into their next meetings, into their week, into their life. If this is a fundraising pitch, then you want people to spend the whole week remembering your pitch and how good it was. You want them to be remembering what your business does. You want them to remember why your proposition is something that's really exciting and they can't wait to get back to. They can't wait to talk more about with their partners. They can't wait to strike a deal with you. So this remembering bit is really important. So once the design has achieved all of that, then it has one final goal, and that is to be pretty, to look good, to be visually enjoyable. And the kind of curious thing is these initial points, like easy to read, easy to understand, easy to remember. Once you've achieved those, content already starts to look pretty good. And at that point, it's kind of adding the final polish of your brand to it and making it distinct and have your kind of company's DNA. So with that all said, let's put a bunch of these points into action and kind of talk about what are the changes that have improved them and these principles. So this is a classic slide, and actually, if I look on my little Zoom screen in the image in the corner, I can barely read this, which is perfect. Is making my point straight out. This is railway text in its thinnest setting in a pale blue color. This text looks cool. Like on my screen here, it looks very futuristic, very sleek, very minimalist. However, this text is really hard to read. If you are projecting this in a room, possibly part of the room won't be able to see it. If anyone has this at all downsized, like in this Zoom call right now, can't read it at all. And this happens all too often. Like you see a lot of this kind of thin text. And it's actually, this is something Kevin Hale at Y Combinator Demo Days is endlessly begging people not to do. So let's do the transformation. Boom. Now this slide displays really well. I can see it in my tiny little Zoom image in the corner. I have changed, it's the same font. I've just increased the weight of it. And I've also made the color have a stronger contrast with the background. So we're now a dark blue instead of a pale blue. And this seems kind of simple and dumb, but this is a pitfall that I see all the time. And it's an area where you really have to remember that being easy to read is the first goal of your slide. Let's look at the next one. So here, the text is easy to read. It has a good boldness. It has a good color contrast. However, it's hard to understand. So that's the second point. We offer 20% return in the first, it's long, we have to think a lot, there's kind of numbers in there. And this is the point where we've made our content succinct and design can come in and make it much, much easier to understand. So if we do the design transformation list, we're going to use a bunch of the sort of tricks of infographics. And this is the copy text has been changed a little. But here we use a chart, hurrah, to take some numbers that were in text and to make them visual. And suddenly you can see without a shadow of a doubt what this means and the fact that 7 years is a very good time for a return on this. And it's once you've kind of whittled your content down, it's amazing how often there are facts and figures in there that you can transform with design and do these kind of miniature infographic treatments that just make it a million times faster and easier to understand and to get into your head. So here's another one. This is a testimonial slide. This is your kind of your social validation. This is your kind of case study about your product. And again, this is an easy to read sentence. It's not particularly complex. It takes a little while to digest, but this isn't terrible. However, design can make this much, much faster to process, and it can make it much easier to remember. So let's take all the components of that and blow it out with design. Boom. Now we have a photo. Photos are much more memorable than names. Like as humans, we are hardwired to remember faces for really long periods of our lives. Also, this is all fictional. I've made up all this for just demonstration, but if this is a person that people know, showing the image of that person is going to trigger all these fuzzy familiarity feelings in people's heads, and it's going to give them positive feelings just by seeing the image. Then we've taken the company and turned the name into the logo. This is a logo I made up. It's not a real company. And then that, again, makes it much, much easier to just remember that company, its brand, what it stands for, why it's impressive. And then finally, we've taken the quote. I've slightly changed the text so it fits this graphic treatment. And we've blown it way up, made it big, and made it really clear it's a quote using quote marks. And suddenly this slide just jumps out as a really strong endorsement. Before, you could kind of skip over this text and take nothing away. Now, you very clearly feel and know that this is an endorsement. So I'll move forwards to our next example. This is a quite typical sort of either solution slide or maybe like end of pitch slide. So it's quite common, you want to remind people at the end of a pitch of why your business, your product is worth investing in. And again, this is, it's easy to read, but it's hard to remember all this. And it's kind of, by the time you've got to the fifth point, you've kind of forgotten the first point. This is definitely not memorable. It's just hard and slow to take in. And again, I see this all the time in presentations and pitches before we work on them and design them. So remember the 2 points where we want to make it easy to understand and easy to remember. So I'm going to change this around a little bit, and we're going to actually remove the 2 least important points so that the other 3 have a greater chance of being understood and being taken in. So we're kind of sacrificing 2 for the greater good of the other 3. And here we are. And this is almost like a cliche of landing pages, but it's a cliche because it uses a really good set of psychological design tricks. First of all, the title, we've just made it benefits. It's big, it's simple, it's one word. And then we've taken the 3 most important benefits, the ones that are going to impact customers most. We've turned them into their own squares, and we've given them some images, some little icons. These icons I just pulled from Noir project. Our design team would design much, much nicer things. And the point of icons is that, again, our brains have grown up with a world that didn't have text for a long, long time, and we are really good at remembering images and associating things with them. And by using good icons, these ones, again, I've just pulled up from Noun project quite quickly, but using good icons, you're also triggering associations, you're building up that memory. And this, turn this down to 3, it fits in into your working memory. By adding the icons and it's fitting into your visual memory, you just have a much greater chance to take these points away. So I have Q&A here, but I have a bunch more examples because I wasn't quite sure on timing. So these are a bunch of rapid fire before and afters, again, on this bling my slides. These are ones where we're kind of taking slightly plain content and just making it way more fun with design. And I'll kind of go through a bunch of these and talk through some of the design tricks used. And this is focusing around a pitch. This was kind of a sales pitch, but sales pitches, investment pitches have a lot in common in terms of the types of slides and the types of tools you're using. First of all, this is a kickoff slide. So this is at the start of your pitch. You want to make a statement that kind of sets the scene for the rest of the pitch. And this can be really great because you're setting a bit of drama at the start of the pitch. You're setting this kind of psychological arc. This is maybe something you refer back to later. Before, we just have this plain text, which is readable, it's easy to understand. And then after, we've applied the brand, we've added some image, we've made the text really big, we've added color. And suddenly this slide is just full of drama and excitement. And this is kind of a really nice example of just using design to really kind of spice things up. This is a truly pimped out statement slide. And it's, we haven't talked much about brand here, but, brand is, in the design world, it's typically a set of rules that you're applying throughout all your designs, so it all feels part of the same family. And that typically means it's colors, it's texts, it's illustration styles, it's slide templates. And you can see this slide on the right has very clear brand. It's really memorable. As soon as you see this color combination again, you're going to instantly remember this company and know what it's about. Next, this is the agenda slide, and agenda slides are often slightly overlooked. They're kind of thought of this boring boilerplate that just is at the front of a deck, like slide numbers. You just, you put it in, you forget it, you skip over it. But I'm a big fan of really making the most of an agenda slide. Because if you think about it, like, what is an agenda? Well, you're setting out the roadmap for this conversation that you're about to have. And it's a great time where you can actually align on, say the next 40 minutes of talking that you're going to do with this other party. And it's also a great time to kind of fit your presentation to their needs, to talk to them about what they want to spend more or less time on. So you can actually get a lot out of an agenda slide in terms of your pitch and your conversation with your clients. And therefore, here's an example of using design to make your agenda slide beautiful. And again, you can see that we've applied all the branding here. We have the same slide template. We have applied all of the colors, the fonts, and we've really made use of the space on the slide. So before, the content kind of took that top left quadrant. It's roughly about a quarter of the slide. And now we fill the slide. We use the real estate we have for the content. And we give everything ample space, and we make it, you see the circles beside the text makes it really easy to move through these steps and see them individually. So it's kind of an example of visual chunking. So now that you have a world-class, beautiful agenda slide, here is the customer pain slide. This is, we're often early on, you're talking about the pain that someone experiences, and because we're talking about the problem, and later we'll talk the solution. And this is a really simple example of both. The design is fun and beautiful, but we are literally putting the customer or client into the slide. We've put a photo of the imagined target persona for this imagined company and product, and we have it right there in the middle. And this is kind of just another example of psychological design, because when people are seeing themselves, that kind of contextualizes this whole thing into their lives and makes them connect deeper with it and reflect on how this connects with their lives. Here is the spaghetti slide, as people like to call it. Basically, you've probably seen these slides before. You want to explain a complex problem again, spaghetti slides can be very beautiful. You've seen here how we've again applied our brand colors, our fonts, and now we have something that is complex, but also very enjoyable to kind of look through and follow through. And then that was the problem slide, and we can now move over to the solution slide. So top left, we have this kind of cramped text in this kind of stock template. And then down here, we've once again applied design just to make this pretty and beautiful and make it feel very easy to understand. We've used the icons again. We've put a photo at the top that contextualizes the environment with this problem occurs in. And we've made it, this simple, linear, easy to follow process, demonstrating how kind of easy our solution makes your world. And that is a contrast to the spaghetti slide. Complex, stressful world, simple, linear, happy world. Next up, this is really, there's actually a lot of interesting design tactics to talk about here. So this is an example of a much more dense, complicated slide. So whilst earlier I spoke about the need to really simplify your content, sometimes things are complicated and need to be. And for this kind of area of pitches is a really typical one for that. So here we need to talk about how our solution increases and improves all different metrics. And to do that, we need to show the data, we need to show the graphs, we need to talk about those things. There's not much more complexity we can cut out here. So when you need to get a lot of content across, you can do this. Whilst I've advocated simple slides, they don't always have to be simple. And by using good design, you can make a lot of complexity actually relatively easy to understand and sit well on a slide. So there are a bunch of different kind of design tricks I'm going to talk you through that have made this slide really good. So looking at the after slide, so the branding is all well applied, so everything is very consistent. We are using our consistent font, colors throughout. You'll notice that there's only a couple of font styles in here. The sizes are generally, there's only about 3 or 4 different sizes, and we use them sparingly. We use the same font throughout, using the same color of text throughout, so we've kept that simple. We are only using 3 primary colors: black, the blue and the green, and then there's white and gray in the backgrounds. Then the next kind of design tricks we have used to make this complex content easy to understand is that we've structured this. So you can see that this is a 3-column structure. And by grouping things into columns, we give the brain this cue for how it's meant to digest this content. These lines in the column arrangement of the text or the content means our brain knows that it can look at each one at a time. It can kind of open 3 boxes one at a time instead of trying to open it all at once. So suddenly the work of this slide is being reduced by kind of a third. Next up, we structure the content in each of these columns. So each of these columns uses what we call visual hierarchy. That means that there is a very clear cue of what is the important and less important elements in it. So each of the columns has a header, and that header is bold and bigger, and then it has the content, and that's a little bit smaller. By using this visual hierarchy, again, our brain kind of knows that there is a kind of like a flow to follow. It knows that I can take in the title at the top, the piece at the top of the hierarchy, and I know that when I read that, I'm summarizing everything below it, so I can kind of chill out and just digest that one piece, knowing kind of that the rest of the pyramid sits underneath it. So by applying all of these tricks, and this slide is quite, it's relatively simple, but there's a lot of design tricks used in here. We make this easy to understand. Also notice in the graphs, they've been simplified as much as possible. The grid lines have been removed. They use the same color throughout. Everything is meant for visual simplicity and ease of understanding. Okay, I'll jump forward to the next example. So this is looking more towards the end of your pitch. So this is your next step slide. So the idea is we've talked about either we're doing a fundraise, or perhaps this is a product that we're going to do installation of, and we want to leave the recipient of this pitch with really clear next steps to take. And again, this can seem like a relatively boring slide. We're just listing stuff out that we have to. But actually, from a sort of design and psychology perspective, this is a really valuable moment. So here, we've applied just good design to this. We've made sure that all the text is big, easy to read. We've made sure that it's got good readability and color. And then the other thing is that we've tried to make this look really both kind of, the next steps are simple. The future looks good. It's going to be simple. It's going to be positive. And then, we've made sure that the final step is really highlighted. So you're off and running. That is, step 5 here is the moment of success. It's fundamentally why anyone is progressing with this deal or installation with you. So we're using design to make sure that that is the easiest thing to read on this slide. It's the thing that your eye instantly jumps to. And it means that when you're looking at the next steps, you're not focusing on this 1-hour implementation meeting or the training call or all of these kind of more effortful, slightly kind of chore-ish steps. Instead, you're thinking about, we're going to get to the solution and we're going to be finished with this. That is all of my pimping out examples. So I'm just going to switch through back to Q&A.
Thank you very much, David, for sharing that. So, and we're back. Thank you very much for all of your insights. And now we have the first question I would like to ask from the audience. And again, if you're listening in and you have a question, just pop it into the comments and we'll ask David that question. Now, the first question is, so where do we have it? David, visuals versus text. When do we use only visuals and keep audience focused on listening to us instead of reading the slide? And when do we put written info on a slide? Great question.
Oh, that's a really good question. Thank you. Oh, I love it. So the first important thing to think about is the use case of this deck. And I mostly divide it down into, there's presentations that are to sit beside you speaking, and there are presentations which are going ahead of you or going after you. So they're going to be read without you there to provide the conversation. So these are slightly different use cases. If the slides are beside your text, or sorry, beside your speaking, you want to really keep the slides simple because it takes very little content for them to distract and people to stop listening to you, which kind of negates the entire purpose of you being there to speak. Whereas if the slides are to stand by themselves, then it's going to be necessary to have more content in them, more text, more hard facts and things for people to analyze and think about. And in terms of images versus text, it again goes back to those principles I talked about of design. Like, we want to make it easy to read, easy to understand, easy to remember. So you kind of want to use whatever is serving those needs. And a diagram can often be much easier to understand than text. An image can be more memorable, but there's also things that you can only communicate through text, and you have to use text to do that. So yeah, I think always thinking back to like, how effective is a slide at getting the information I need into people's heads and using that to kind of drive your decisions.
So I'm intrigued, David. The funny thing is, I do a lot of pitch trainings with startups, and we're doing it all over Europe and so on. And I find it quite interesting. Very often, first-time founders are like, yeah, don't talk to me on the pitch deck. It's not important. They'll see technology. It's amazing. I'll do that the night before. Yes, and so they kind of hurt themselves the first day around, and then they kind of understand maybe they want to put some more energy to it. I'm assuming that you probably also have a lot of people that say, dude, I don't need what you do. I've got PowerPoint and I've got Keynote and I know what I'm doing. That's just a glorified PowerPoint. What do you answer these people?
Well, first of all, if you look at Series A and seed raises today, so it's easy to hunt them down on the internet. You can get the slide decks. The bar of design has been rising continuously. If you look at Facebook's deck, it's like laughably bad and has like weird bro images in it. And if you look at a cutting edge company like Front, for example, their deck is super sharp. It's beautiful. It communicates everything really well. And basically, like that is the bar of professionality in our industry today. Like if you want to fundraise, it's kind of table stakes that you just have a really well done presentation. It's now that so many of our companies are creating digital products and design is a really critical component to that product being valuable and successful, the fact that you can communicate and you can design a slide deck is just demonstrating your competency of these skills that are so important.
Is that kind of, because I tell a lot of startups I work with, look, there's quality and there's perceived quality. Is that something you can actually also measure, where you can say, look, if your deck is really on point, these are some numbers to it?
There is the kind of design index, which is slightly more public company focused, but there have been studies showing companies with high design being more successful. I think it kind of, the two go hand in hand. A company that's executing really well is going to do design really well. And design, they will both recognize the importance of design, but also because they do everything well, they also do design well.
Now, I'm interested now, assuming someone's listening in, and you said obviously Series A, Series B is really important. How does the whole process look? How do you onboard people? Do they say, look, this is our CI, this is the intention, this is the goal, and you generate then one deck, or how does that work?
Yeah, so that's something has actually been changing a lot recently with COVID and the virtualization of everything. So typically we're working on one main fundraising deck. And then depending on the fundraising point, like a seed deck, a Series A deck, Series B deck, as you get later stage, the decks get longer and they have just more data and more complexity in them, more tables, etc. So we typically are building out one main fundraising deck and then a sales, like a customer focused deck, which shares some slides, but is mostly a little bit different and has different messaging. We also typically find that as you have your first investor conversations, you typically do a lot of editing of your deck. As you kind of learn which bits of your story resonate, you're going to want to edit it. And you should just kind of like expect that and factor into how you're working on it. The final thing is that every investor you work with is going to have slightly different interests and different questions. So we often have a kind of appendix of those like other slides for like deeper conversation that you have with specific people.
Thanks, Fran. And I'd be interested, we have an audience question first, and then I'll join in again with my questions. And the question is, the background always bothers me. Should it be left white? Should it be colorful? Should I use a great picture in the background and put my content on the picture? What is disturbing to the reader? So what's the perfect solution?
Yeah, so simplicity is usually better. If you use an image on a background, you typically want to do that sparingly because it steals people's attention and they start looking at all the different details of the background. In terms of if you want a light color or a dark color, so if this is being projected, I know that we're not doing physical projected events right now, but at some point they'll start to happen again. If it is projected, then you need to be really careful of your colors, that they come out well in the setting with the lighting, and that's something you should usually just test. And usually just having like really strong contrast, like very dark background with light text or vice versa, works well there. Then, if you're going for some like a bright color, it's usually really hard on the eye. So like extreme example, if it was lime green, that's physically straining to your eye. And a lot of colors also are difficult to have good text contrast in. So if you have, let's say you go for like a very vibrant blue background, both black and white struggle with context or contrast on that. So if your text is white or your text is black, neither is as easy to read as say black text on white. So you want to make sure you're not compromising on your text color contrast.
Now tell me, how often is it that your clients then kind of are given a result and go like, hey, but we're cooler than that. We're more dynamic than that. We're more sophisticated than that. You tell them, well, you're not. Is that something you sometimes encounter?
We definitely, being a design company, we get all sorts of requests from clients, and particularly at the start of projects or when we're first with the client, they have like a very wide range of requests. Some of them, from a design perspective, we don't think are the best ideas. But what we generally do is we always create a range of different options. So say at the start of a project, we'll usually make what we call style samples, say 3 or 4 different directions we could take the design. And usually we kind of share both what they've asked for, their ideas, and some of our ideas. We usually find at this point, any of the things that just don't really work, say like the bad text contrast, at this point the client's like, oh no way, we're not doing that. Once they can just compare these different options.
Now, what I find interesting is that a bit of a different direction is you're YC backed, right? And obviously YC, I mean, Y Combinator, that's like the holy grail for any startup founder in the world. What is kind of like the secret sauce that got you into YC, and how is the process in YC? Because we do have a lot of founders looking with a bit of experience who are like, okay, so how do you get into YC? What was the trick?
Yeah, so we were YC Winter 14, which now feels sort of like a distant, different world in startup land. When we applied to YC, we were attacking a really big problem. So we've pivoted a lot. When we were initially applying to YC, we were making a mobile-first alternative to Microsoft PowerPoint. And our basic pitch was, everyone uses PowerPoint. PowerPoint is terrible on iPad and mobile. We're going to make something that works well there. And YC thought, this is kind of an interesting moonshot. Like, there's a lot of questions of if this will work, but we want to see how it plays out. And also, I asked Paul Graham back in the day, like, why did you fund us? We were so early on. We had this like janky prototype. And he said, well, the both of you seem to know what you're doing. You seem to have good backgrounds. So yeah. And that was his answer. He had no like greater reasoning.
I mean, the funny thing is probably so many of the ones listening in are going like, that was it? What? I thought it was like you have to produce unicorns flying out of your ears and magical powers and whatnot. You make it sound so simple. Now, I'm assuming you said 2014, right? And I believe you also Michael Seibel backed, if I got that right.
Correct.
So you're going in there and suddenly YC happens, and I'm assuming they kind of hit you with a brick wall of information and everything changes. What was the biggest pivot you had to do in your approach early on?
Oh man. Yeah. So, we flew over from London. We, moved ourselves to Mountain View, California. And like the first weeks were really intense because we had this like time zone change. We're suddenly in this new country. Everything just worked different. We were amongst our batch where like so many people were, already deeply connected Silicon Valley hotshots that knew everyone and had all the stuff. And we were like these new people from London that know nothing. We went through this radical pivot where Kevin Hale pushed us to basically throw away our prototype of the aforementioned product and to try and provide like a human-powered design service, because that's something we'd already been doing to validate our tech product. And we kind of did that and instantly started getting revenue. And then we kind of got this TechCrunch article, and then we had the snowball, and things just took off. And we never ended up back at the previous product.
Now, speaking of this whole development, now, how has the whole COVID-19 thing changed the way your business is going? And if you'd have to make a moonshot and a prediction, so say a moonshot just from you as a founder, or maybe it could also be just for you as a human being, how do you think is some industry, or would it be nice with some industry would change? And then again, prediction where you're saying, no, this is what's going to happen. So you'd have to form a moonshot and a prediction.
Wow, that's a complicated question. So maybe I'll just ramble and see if I answer both parts.
Go for it, brother. That sounds like the right approach.
So, maybe this is like a slightly sort of obvious observation, but this is probably going to quickly change the dynamics of like urban versus rural areas in America. Like everyone's been sent to work from home who can, and like suddenly people are not turning back, and a whole bunch of places like, I actually live in Tahoe outside San Francisco. We're 4 hours away, and already people are kind of flocking here. Like a lot of people that were planning just to live in San Francisco have switched up their plans because of this. And like this could really change the fabric of like more remote communities, smaller towns, smaller communities. We could actually see that we start to, because already we had huge hiring problems and housing problems in, dense urban areas. So maybe the solution to that will be like quickly accelerated because of this. The other thing is that a lot of people are now like, a friend runs a company called SnapDocs, which is used by the real estate industry for financing digitally, for all of the legal side of that. And COVID has been very positive for his business because suddenly an industry where many people have been doing the same thing the same way for many years have been forced to go digital, and they've suddenly had to pick up all these new tools and this new way of doing business. And I think that acceleration is really interesting, that like a whole bunch of industries that were kind of stuck in their ways might now be shaken up. And, we're going to see this play out for years. Like, all these people have just had their eyes open to these new solutions. And then we're going to see kind of the sort of dominoes fall of all these changes in their lives and these changes to businesses.
So what I found quite interesting, I've been talking to quite a few people in the recent weeks, on many interviews and chit chats and whatnot. And there were a couple of them who said, up to now, it's been super important in what ecosystem you're working in, if it's London-based, Berlin-based, Valley-based, whatnot. And they were saying, we think that the level of importance of ecosystem is going to reduce because everything has become remote and or distributed. What's your take on that?
That's interesting because it's something I've already seen myself. So, obviously the Y Combinator community and a lot of the startup community kind of centered around the Bay Area. However, as again, like housing, hiring, everything has become really painful there. A lot of my founder friends have moved out and then they just fly in for a week to do fundraising and then they go straight back out. So like a lot of people have already been starting to have a kind of virtual presence of sorts in the Bay Area. They just visit a few VC offices and that's it. And yeah, so this like makes that even more doable for even more people. Their interesting is like this has actually started to change fundraising practices. I wrote an article recently about Y Combinator in the last demo day had everyone reduce their pitch down to a single slide so that you could have a kind of website gallery of every company as just one small square. And like these kind of innovations in fundraising itself and like the efficiency and the UI of fundraising, I think are really interesting.
I'd like to follow up on that because, as I said early on, I do a lot of pitch trainings. And for me, up to now, always the setting has been you're on a stage and you have an audience and investors to interact with. And suddenly, a lot of people have to pitch with their computers, their notebooks in their little offices and have to adapt to their practice on that. Have you seen lately that your slides and the work you do has been changing because just kind of the whole ballgame has been changing in remote?
Yeah, it's interesting. I just finished writing an article about pitching investors on Zoom, and I was actually collecting advice from the YC community on this. And it, a kind of like funny little tactical thing is that being on Zoom just brings out all these weird habits, and they're just all new ways to kind of screw up, and you don't even see the results of it because it's on the other person's screen. In terms of fundraising practices, starting to see some, like there's a little bit of development around interactive digital pitches. So making pitch decks where you can actually kind of like click through and interact with them and like get more information where you want. Yeah, and I think there's like a ton of experimentation happening there right now.
Is there maybe one advice you could share already with some of some of our founders listening, where you go like, hey, this is a pitfall you need to avoid, therefore do this?
Yeah, so like one simple thing is just to make sure that your slide deck can work without you. Because Zoom goes wrong all the time. There's just so many ways that you can miscommunicate and misconnection. Making sure that like a deck you send tells the story in a really strong way without any other human guiding it, I think is really important now.
Now, speaking of that, I mean, now some people are listening and going like, hey, that sounds actually super smart. I want to try what they do. What's the best point of entry? What is it, what they need to do? How's the process going to work out? I mean, you said early on, like, tell us kind of some basics, but just talk us through that.
Yeah, so, at the upfront, you just need to really clarify in your mind who the audience is and what this setting is. Again, I often work with clients where they're trying to build a deck that's both a customer sales deck and an investor pitch deck. And I kind of push them on, so like, well, we need both. And you have to say like, no, like we have to do one. And then you say like, is this your in-person or is this your SEM before? And then you have to like commit to one. And then after that, it's really like chopping down your content and just making it tell a clear linear story is hard work. I find with a lot of founders when I work with them, they always say to me, I'm so stuck in all the detail and there's so many things I want to say, and that's why I need your help to to kind of tell me to stop and to cut it down. So find a way to do that. Find an advisor, find friends, family, whatever it is to get you to that easy, linear, understandable flow, and then write that well.
Now tell me, if someone's listening in and going like, yes, that sounds amazing, I totally want to have their services. I have a pitch tomorrow morning at 10:15. Help me. So what's your turnaround time?
Oh, well, thank you. A little sales entry. Tomorrow morning is too soon to do a really good job of this. We wouldn't take that on just for everyone's sanity. If we're going to work on, say, content and design, we're typically thinking that the clients ourselves are going to do cycles on this that take 1 or 2 days per cycle. And there's say it's going to be 1 or 2 cycles on outline and then writing the whole thing. You'll maybe have some homework to edit your deck down. So let's say like 4 cycles on the content, and then design. We'll get you samples, and then we'll design the whole deck, and then a few edit cycles there. It's like we'd say like put aside 2 weeks for this, because whilst a lot of people want to do this, like they're like, I need to do this for tomorrow. It's a super rush. Like you're hurting yourself by doing that. You're just going to get a substandard result. You're not going to have time to explore and figure out what you really want.
And that's works for decks and it works in life. So that makes perfect sense. David, any last advice to share?
Have a brand book, even if it's something very simple. A brand book is a list of rules of the look and feel of your company. This can be like, what are your colors? What are your fonts? It can be a PowerPoint file with the templates in it. Like, consistency is one of the most important things for your brand, and just making it easy for everyone to know how to be consistent is a good tool in that.
Thank you very much. David, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much for sharing the insights. It was fun talking to someone who's very close to the industry I work in as well, even that much closer. I think we have a lot of mutual fights we've fought with other founders, why it's so important to sell the idea, why it's so important to visualize. And it's not just supreme technology that wins, but sometimes also perceived quality. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Hope to meet you in person sometime. Until then, stay safe, brother. Thank you very much for being here. Cheers.
Thank you so much.
I feel applauded to from thousands of people simultaneously. Just have that good feeling. Now, we've been over in the sunny Bay area in Tahoe. Although it turned out, actually, we found it early on in the ramp up that David had to change his jackets because it's actually snowing in California. Who would have thought? I thought we always get sunburns and whatnot, but we don't. So we've been talking about that. Now we want to talk about a bit of a different approach, and we want to understand, what about funding? What about funding, but more specifically, what about funding and financing in the Alps-Adriatic region, which is a bit special as well, or not? Now it's time for me to hand over this stage to my good buddy, Urban Maribor. Let's hand over to Urban. The stage is yours, Urban. Oh, it's always been yours, and now it's again.
It is time to rethink and to realign. Learn and get inspired. Prepare your questions and enjoy insightful Podim DX panel.
Thank you, Daniel, to handing over the mic, as you said, from Vienna to Maribor, super exciting afternoon. Great talks, great advices, and I'm sure that everyone loves, and will be, enhancing, pimping their slides, enhancing their business models, and getting better from day one. So, it has been a great afternoon, and it's not over yet. So the best is yet to come. And I'm super happy to host the next panel with 5 great experts from different stakeholders of cross-regional ecosystem. And I'm really honored that I have in my company Jürgen Köppening from KWF from Austria, Robert Kfehrer from Startup Incubator Build from Austria, Laura Ek from Austrian Angel Investors Association, Rok Huber from Slovene Enterprise Fund, and Marion Bieber from ABA Invest in Austria. So a warm afternoon, or it's almost evening now. Welcome here on Podim DX in this before the dinner talk, we could say, right? So the title of the talk is the funding and financing for startups in the regional ecosystem. So it's really a crucial topic, and especially in these times, funding, of course, is one of the most important things to keep the companies alive. We also said that the cash flow for the company is as important as blood for the human body, right? So it has to keep flowing in order to be alive. But just to get started in a little bit, I would like to hear a one-sentence introduction from the company or the organizations that you are representing from the perspective of the founders. And we'll start with Jürgen, KWF. Jürgen, what is KWF offering to founders?
So hello, and very welcome from my side. In Austria, and I know the funding landscape in Austria very well. So for startups, we have really a big supermarket for public money in terms of funding and grants. So if you compare it, for example, to the US but what we also have, from my perspective, is a big gap in private capital investments. Also, if you compare it to the US. So, but you said I just have to say one sentence to my company. So we stand for, as a KWF stands for business development, for business funding from startups up to huge investments into companies. We develop funding and grant products, which brings the business location forward.
Thank you very much, Jürgen. So we have a supermarket from different support programs. Jürgen very well said. If KWF is a supermarket, Robert, what is a Build incubator?
Do you hear me? Yes, in the triangle of Italy, Slovenia and Austria. And we support businesses in the high-tech startups, in the field of high-tech startups, in the field of young entrepreneurs, so companies that are not older of 5 years. And we support regional development of business opportunities. So all in all, and at the moment, I'm sitting in the launch pad of Build.
Okay, what exactly is the launch pad, and where are you going to fly to?
So we have 2 launch pads, and I'm sitting in one of Klagenfurt. So we have 2 locations, one in Klagenfurt and one in Villach in the high-tech campus. And the program in the tech startups is electronic-based systems. And we are flying to reach the top #1 in Europe.
All right. And if now I put I step into the shoes of a founder, and let's say that I'm developing a new technology, so electronic-based system, what can Build offer me in order to accelerate my development of my idea, of my product?
So in total, you can get several offers. So if you're in the pre-seed phase, let's say you just have the idea, you can get the so-called UIG program, which is an academic startup building program for implementing your startup. It's an average of 70K, and it lasts 9 months, which is funded by the KVF. And the second program is our Advanced 2, which is about 26.5K seed phase program. And the third one is for your startup phase, 12 months duration, a 60K program. And if you're in the scale-up phase with a startup, then you can get a 45K go-to-market program. So if you count that all together, it's about a 200K program.
Okay, and is this, so the nature of this funding, are these are grants, loans, convertible notes, so direct investments, is this equity? So what kind of money is this?
So in this case, I was talking only about the grants. So the investments are done by the so-called Barwick Venture Fund, and which means they can double the investment of a private investor you got into your startup.
Very well. And if I'm not mistaken, and also the name is really, say it directly, Laura, you're from Austrian Angel Investors Association. So you combine over 200 members of investors and important stakeholders that are taking care of and that are investing equity in the startups. Am I right?
Yes, nearly right. As we already heard today, we have a variety of public money available in Austria, but what many programs require is also public money. Is private money, sorry. And that's exactly where we jump in. We're a network. We're having about 200 members, and we connecting those members. That means that those members it's possible for them to invest together in a startups. And we also educate angel investors because we need more private investment in Austria. And in Austria, also the business angel scene is rather important. We had in the last Austrian Startups Monitor, we had about 30% of the startups got an angel investment in 2019. So as you can see, business angels in Austria are rather active, and also the most important funds, VC funds, got founded by former business angels. So we put a lot of effort in, first of all, finding angel investors and also educating them and connecting them. And further, we also work on a political level to push and improve framework conditions for startups and also for investors in Austria.
So you're kind of a two-sided marketplace. On the one hand, you're looking for interesting startups to invest in, and on the other hand, you're searching for active investors, which would then invest in startups. So with which side of this two-sided marketplace you are having more problems to provide the numbers?
You mean to find cases? I think it's more difficult to find angel investors than finding startups. I think we have a huge variety of startups, and we would also have sufficient people in Austria with enough money to invest. But the thing is, we still have to make angel investments more known and get the people from putting their money from the bank into our Austria's young businesses, and also which would really help to innovate Austria. But I think we still have to change the mindset of many people with sufficient money in Austria. So I would say that's more an issue than finding startups.
So maybe one question. Are Austrian founders having difficulties in accepting the equity capital or giving up the equity share in their companies? Is this something that they're normally used to do, or is there still they are treating their companies like their own babies, and they want to own 100% of shares, not giving extra percent off. What do you think?
I mean, if you as a company decide you want to have investors, at one point you also have to be clear about that you have to give up shares. I mean, I never had issues with this. I mean, there has to be a clear understanding how much the founder is willing to give up and how much money the business angel wants to give in. And business angels usually use convertible notes. That means the founders are not directly giving up shares at the pre-seed phase and then doing this at the later round. But I never had any issues with founders. And yeah, I think it really depends on the business. But if you want to be, or if you want to have funding and also want to be kind of a VC case, I think there's a common understanding in Austria that this is a logical process.
Thank you. Rok, Slovene Enterprise Fund has different options and different products for early stage startup founders. So let us briefly, present what are the options that Slovene Enterprise Fund is offering to innovative companies.
Hi, good evening. The Slovene Enterprise Fund is a public fund of the Republic of Slovenia, and we offer a wide range of financial incentives that are mainly tailored to all SMEs throughout all development phases. But we also, in this last couple, specialize in startups and scale-ups. We annually put on the market through public tenders approximately 120 million euros of various financial incentives. We are also been very active in the Slovenian startup ecosystem. We are also a proud partner of Podim. And for startups and scale-ups, we offer firstly grants that are meant for establishment and development of startups in early stages that are companies that can be up to 13 months old. They can receive up to 54,000 euros in 3 different tranches that lasts for about 15 to 18 months. Then we have seed capital in 2 forms. The first form is the next stage of the grant. The companies can get convertible loans in up to 75,000 euro per company. And we also have direct capital investments in the form of co-investments with different private investors. They can be business angels, seed or venture funds, but also corporations that are prepared to invest, to co-invest with us. The investments can be from 100,000 euro to 600,000. It is all in form of pari passu. We invest up to 24.9% business share in the company. We also have venture capital. We participated in the Central European Fund of Funds, which is a Fund of Funds initiative that was created by the European Investment Fund in close cooperation with governments of Austria, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, and Slovenia. But we also have microloans of 25,000 euros that are meant for SMEs and also startups. And when the companies get bigger, they can get from us also guarantees for investment loans of 1.25 million euro. So this would be the possibilities that are now available from the Slovenian Enterprise Fund.
So it's a wider range of products. Which one is most popular among founders?
Yeah. Of course, that depends on the development phase of each company that applies to one of our financial incentives. Obviously, the most popular are the grants, the startup grants. Each year, we receive more than 100 applications. Out of them, we try to choose approximately 40 that show the most promise. In total, we have around 2 million euros per year available for startup grants. And many companies that receive grants go on and receive funding in next phases, either from the Slovenian Enterprise Fund or other investors. We had quite a lot of successful stories in the past couple of years, I could say.
We'll return also to that. Thank you very much, Marion. So, Austrian Business Agency supports businesses in Austria in many ways. So, can you briefly explain us how you support enterprises, founders?
Yeah. Good evening from my side, again from Vienna. So ABA Invest in Austria, we are the official FDI promotion agency of Austria. And we offer free of charge consulting services only to foreign startups and foreign companies that are interested in evaluating Austria as a possible business location. So we can provide and guide the foreign entrepreneurs in their process of evaluating Austria as a possible location, and then also establishing all the useful contacts for them in order to establish their hopefully successful business here. So that's our main task. And as I said, I think the most important point is that we are really only focused on foreign companies. We do not work with Austrian companies.
So how big is the demand for starting business in Austria, and what is the structure? So, and especially maybe the sub questions would be, is there a lot of Slovenian founders also attracted by your market?
I must say that Austria is still a very attractive business location. Last year, for example, we were able to assist 28 startups, much more also general investments here in Austria. And I think there is a rising interest from Slovenia and also from your neighboring countries. And what I see, there is more and more interest also from high-tech companies. As maybe in the first steps, Slovenian companies look more to the southern neighboring countries, but then they are evaluating also going to EU, to German-speaking markets, and then Austria is really a good base with a reduced investment need, because of course, in order to enter a new market, you need investment. And if you go immediately to Germany, you would need a lot of money and also personal resources. And Austria can really be a good alternative in that way.
Thank you. Robert, as someone that is in charge and is in close touch, in close contact with a lot of founders. So you mentioned 2 launchpads, high-tech companies. What is the average approach or mindset of your founders? Is like going global from the step 1, or is first like regional strategy and then global, or is first German-speaking market and then global? So what is this mindset, and is this mindset changing? So Marion mentioned that there's a founders look at this German-speaking market, regional market as one. So how would you describe this? What is your perspective on this mindset?
Yes, we see a variety of situations for our foreign startups. So especially in Villach. Villach is a city living by our foreign startups. So we have startups from Italy, startups from Slovenia. And so the motivation for those startups we attract there was having access to the Silicon Apps cluster, having access to big companies like Intel and Infineon and NXP, because they are in the B2B business. So they want to, have direct access to our big players. And so just in the neighborhood, that's a comfortable situation. And then especially startups in the fintech area, they consider Austria as a very valuable place to start and having, an overlookable test market. So also in the pharmaceutical industry, Austria is very, very often used as a starting test market before, how to say, expanding to the whole of Europe. And so that there are different motivations we can observe. But a big player or a big motivation is having access to key technologies. So if your startup wants to have access to 5G playground, then they can start in Klagenfurt, and they have direct access via us and the BABEC to the 5G playground. If they need access to advanced robotics, they can do this.
And do you see any change in this mindset of the funders? So you mentioned different motivations, but do you see any changes in this mindset? So going global first, or this Austria, German-speaking market as the primary testing ground, and then from here going global?
So what we observe is that everybody is looking on going global, because making money only in our, how to say, small area would not be enough for having growth in a company. So the typical startup in our area has the wish to go global, of course.
Thank you. Laura, tell me, what is your perspective, or the perspective of your investors? Is going global like a condition for invest or to be investable from your members, or this really depends on the type of the business? And how do you see this mindset that I asked Robert about?
When it comes to our member, it totally depends if the startup should go global. It really depends on the case. I mean, in the end, all angel investors want to have a great exit, and this often means escalation and also going global to reach more customers. But it really depends on the case. Angel investors can basically invest in every project they like, and not for all startups it even makes sense to go global. And I think it really depends on the case. And also the founders have different mindsets about it. And maybe the European market, for example, is sufficient, or for example, for medical products, it makes a lot of sense to get a FDA approval and also to sell their products in the US. So I think it's not a precondition. It always has to make sense case by case. And I think nearly all startup founders think big, and that's also what they should do. And really evaluate different markets and seek for the best ones. And I found it really interesting what Robert said about the test market in Austria, because that's true. And it's a small country, and you can really test different kind of products and really have the whole market here in Austria. And don't it's smaller, and you can also test faster here.
All right, and if we now do a circle of questions with really concrete answers. So at the beginning, Jürgen gave a really good symbolic. So if I'm a founder and I'm coming into a supermarket, and supermarket is your organization, right? What would be the top 3 offers that you would offer me as a founder for accelerating my business, enhancing my business? So I'm the founder, I'm going to a supermarket called ABA. So Marian, what would you offer me? 3 things.
So the most important thing I would offer is guidance through the supermarket. So really understanding what is your need, what is your product, and what do you need also from the supermarket. And I would do that cost-free. And of course, I'm used to your culture and your business behavior.
Thank you. I think I'll be a happy customer. Robert, I'm a founder, and I come to a supermarket called Startup Incubator Build. What can you offer me?
So we offer you in total 3 to 4 programs. And depending on the stage where you are, so building up your business step by step. And we are your mountain guides through this trip. And that is the function of our case managers who guide you with a perfect network of senior experts that are directly on your side to help you out to find the right way.
And you mentioned before electronic devices, right? Electronic-based systems. So is your supermarket specialized in any industries to stay on this symbolic meaning?
Yes, we are specialized in the field of electronic-based systems. So when you are a startup in the electronic-based field, and if you need access to the top players of the electronics field, you just let us know who you want to contact, and we will make up the contact.
Very well. So I'll have, with a pocket full of contacts and wide network, and also the great environment to develop in. Jürgen, I'm coming also to KVF supermarket. So I heard you have stipendiums, consulting. So what will I get at your counter?
So we from KWF don't know only our products. We also know the products from Austria, also from Vienna. So it's for the whole country. So, and what we can observe is exactly that the higher the level of technology is, the more extensive the innovation potential is, the more the exploration of research is addressed, the broader is the availability of funding measures. So, but what it often takes is enormous time resources to dig through these products from this supermarket, which you often don't have as an entrepreneur or a startup. So, and often one does not understand this bureaucratic funding ABC, which we use. And the entrepreneurs and startups are afraid often to doing something wrong. So, but what we can also do is that the people who work in these funding agencies, they are happy to help you in advising these products and often find the right one for your individual need. And what is also important is that if we do not have a product which fits in your need, so we could create one and we fill up this gap.
Very exciting.
There is enough potential to develop a product.
Very exciting, thank you. And there are two markets left on our street. And first that we'll visit is the Austrian Angel Investors Association. So Laura, what can you find in your supermarket?
My supermarket is rather small and we just have 200 items have placed in there. So first of all, if a startup applies at the IRI, if we approve it, it gets access to this 200 members and also their attention. And secondly, maybe all products in my supermarket seem the same at the first sight, but they're not. And the IRI can help the startup to find the perfect match and really find an angel investor which adds capital, but also knowledge and context, which in the end really helps the startup. So I would say access to investors and also a match.
So this funding is really interesting, and a lot of startups are looking for funding, and angel investments, of course, is top 3 source that we have in mind. Are there any security guards at the doors of your supermarket, and what are their criteria? What are the people that are letting them in? So what are the criteria? How what does the funder must have? What are the? Tell me.
We are, first of all, open for all verticals and industry. This might also make us special, and others are very specialized. And we are looking for startups at pre-seed phase, so not raising more than $500,000 to really fulfill the ticket size with angel investors. And we're also looking for co-investors. So if there is still a need for angel investor filling the last gap of the funding round, we're also happy to do this with our members. And for example, we also heard public investors also need private investors to invest in startups. This is also a service we provide. So I would say more or less all industries are possible. Yeah, pre-seed phase, not too large ticket size, which lies in the nature of a business angel, and basically a great founder team and business model which seems valuable for us. And we also want to have great pitch decks, because we're sending out pitch decks to our investors, and we just want to send out once we find they have a high quality and also really look nice. So out here to all founders, please send us great pitch decks, which we can really send out to our investors, because just a great idea without a good pitch deck is something we can really promote.
Thank you. And the last supermarket is Rok from Slovenia Enterprise Fund. Rok, quickly, 1 to 3, what are the products that are on the table when I come to the supermarket named Slovenia Enterprise Fund? We heard a little bit before, so convertible notes, grants.
Like I said, we have grants, we have seed capital in form of convertible loans, we have direct investments, we have venture capital, and additionally to that, we have also substantive support, mentoring, training, networking with all our ecosystem partners that enabled us, that we in the last 10 years supported with financial and additional support around 650 startups. Slovenia is a small market. We don't develop a lot of unicorns, but we have startups and scale-ups that are and will be successful. They think and work global.
Thank you very much. I think we have a great company of organizations and people and experts that are offering a great support to the regional ecosystem. Really super to hear that, and I'm absolutely sure that founders are already knocking on your doors. It's a really interesting street of these 5 supermarkets that we visited today. Thank you all for your participation in this evening. Nice chat of funding and presenting the funding opportunities, and wish you a pleasant and lovely rest of the evening. And I hope you will stay with us in the evening part of our program. And now I'm going back to Vienna, to Daniel, to wrap up this Founders Academy part and to move to the next program block. Daniel, are you still with us?
Of course I am. I was happily listening in, although talking about all these supermarkets has made me somewhat hungry, but that's like my inner 12-year-old who's thinking of chocolate when I hear supermarkets. But that's a very different story. Thank you very much, Urban, for you and, of course, the panel and all the insights you shared. And yes, as you said, today was a lot going on in our Founders Academy. So we've met quite a lot of entrepreneurs who shared a lot of insights. And obviously we started with a great talk by Gregor and then moved on to be talking about pivoting and go-to-market strategies. Later on, we talked about teams and processes and then fundraising. And last but not least, just now, about the importance of also the specifics of fundraising, also in the Alpha Adriatic room. To summarize what I've heard today is quite a lot. And then again, a lot of people of the same opinion. And essentially, all of the people I talked to today emphasized how important it is if you're an early stage founder or even later, shows the energy, shows your fizzing energy that you really want to make this work. Shows that you're passionate about what you do, shows that you have beliefs. People join you when they align with their beliefs. Talk about that. We heard from Eamonn, the most 3 or 4 important things for him in startups are team, 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 and team. So that was quite straightforward as well. Again, the importance of having an absolute rock star A-team, which we also talked about. We talked about how interesting it is also how this whole, let's call it, challenge we have currently going on in the world, COVID-19, has in many areas absolutely sped up certain processes. Things that have been impossible in the last couple of years have suddenly become possible. That's a positive point. On the other hand, again, we talked about certain industries that have made life quite hard. What I found quite intriguing very early on with Gregor was he said he invests in 3 different verticals. One of them was actually tourism. And I asked him, you're still investing in tourism? And he was like, yeah, sure. That's something I was not expecting. So I thought that's probably a bit of a dead end. So that was interesting as well. And then at the very end, we also talked about this beautiful little thing called the European Space Agency. In some way, the beauty of what the European Union could become, because we said suddenly we have this tremendous institution working shoulder to shoulder together already, creating amazing things. Not always rocket science, but we also found out it could be as simple as a vacuum cleaner. We understood if you want to go vacuum cleaning, that's how you can feel like an astronaut. I didn't know, but I learned today that these tiny vacuum cleaners that some of you very special people have out there, you know, the ones that kind of create crumbs and someone goes like, let me clean this, that was built for astronauts. That's amazing. So yes, you've just become a little bit more special. Speaking of that, at the end, we also found out how important it is to not just tweak your pitch deck, but to perfect it. We understood how important it is not just to look out for quality in your product, but also perceived quality in the way you present it. You're thinking, yeah, that's not important. Yes, it is. That's why YC backed that beautiful little startup from David early on in 2014. So if you're still thinking, pitch deck is not important, yes, it is. So that was a lot we learned today. Very, very curious to see what the next 2 days are going to bring. But I know that today isn't over yet because we've got some really interesting fireside chats coming up. But I don't want to spoil the evening. You'll have to stay tuned to find out what it is. I know what's going to happen. Oh, and that was one more learning I loved. Eamonn said, by the way, as a founder, it's not just about telling us how you want to change the world in 10 years or 5 years. I love the way you said he loves asking startups and saying, what are you going to do tomorrow? What are you going to do in the next 6 weeks? I love that question. I haven't heard it that way before yet. So that was a really good one because it's not just about changing the world in the future, but taking the first few steps and actually making it work. My next step is going to be quite simple. I'm going to hand over my little stage back over to Maribor, back over to the Podim DX studio, and I believe back over to Ulla. Is that right?